that
is happening? We'll rip it and rip it. And we were gonna explore as Alan.
Yeah.
And then swap to Saga and do some exploring. Right?
Yeah. I remembered we were gonna be a Saga day. We decided, but I forgot that we had like this whole area that we missed a bunch of woods and stuff.
Yeah, well, we were running around. There are enemies everywhere, and it's kind of bad. What's this? I do wish that I knew what the squares were. I don't though. There's the ocean view.
We cleared the inside of the ocean.
Yeah, ocean view done, handled. And I think we got up to all of that from over here. I believe.
I think.
Also, game is already a little laggy. I need to see if they changed my graphic settings. Because that could be... Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Right, just been turning it back up. Oh.
Yep. Yeah, I want ray tracing off. That's probably why we've been having issues.
Yeah.
That...
Although, to say it just randomly turned ray tracing back on.
I don't think that's how months work.
Hey, Allie.
Pretty well.
I also think that's not how months work. I wonder if it had the reminder of your subscription from last month at the end of the month. This is fine. It's fine, actually, I think. I don't know what's going on, but thank you for the sub. I'm excited to hang out later. How are you doing? Hello.
I've been here longer than I thought. If it's been like a month and a half.
Surprise. That would be wild. That would be a wild thing that would have occurred.
Alan might be changing the story on us.
Alan, how could you do this? Getting a dose of Alan and the Muppets all at once. Oh boy. This works though. Yeah, put that away, Alan. Thank you. I should probably not be carrying the shotgun with me at the moment. That seems not great. Just don't want to waste all my bullets.
Yeah, it's just like the fast guys you want the shotgun for. I mean, the normal guys are faster, but the particularly fast guys.
Yeah. Okay, we have lots of echoes. Well, we have 2 echoes. That's Breaker, I think. And then there's a thing and 2 words?
1 square and 2 circles.
Let's go. Are you still locked? No. No,
Nice.
you're not. Was that... Yeah, that's not marked on our map anymore. Great. Love that, but also, how do I get anywhere? Okay, so that's just a shortcut so we don't have to keep wasting... Oh. Maybe it's not actually. Can I have that? Can I have those batteries that I see right there?
Again, we can see the battery.
Alan?
You can't just not give them to us.
Alan? There we go.
Oh, they're in here.
Okay, so maybe I do have to leave that there, and then we can go all the way through. Alright. Well... How do we go up? Do we see any ladders? I mean, there's a ladder.
We see a ladder that Alan will bother to pay attention to.
There's a doorway.
Oh, it's this one again. It just moved around. It's a little tricky with the...
Okay, maybe this isn't how we go. Give me that back.
Maybe this is how we go.
Do we have a ladder of some sort?
Alan, why do you make your buddy is a point of interest, but you don't make ladder as a point of interest.
Good question. I could probably get there from the inside of the overview. Possibly.
Do it like backwards? Yeah. I don't remember how we got down.
Yeah, neither do I.
From the roof.
We'll look around here real quick before going into the overview. Just kidding.
The dark place wouldn't let me go that way.
I know, Alan. That's why we turned around, buddy. Hey, friend. Pretty sure this is the alley that we went through to get there. So maybe it's just...
If we go through to the other side, and then do we just come out here if we turn all the lights on?
Yeah. That's a dead end. This is where we killed Casey for the second time. Right here. And that's where we killed him the first time, I think. And if we go through here, this leads us into the hallway where the toolbox would be if we got rid of the light.
Where is this hallway?
Here.
Where's here?
Well, that's the alley that we just went through.
So it just comes back out where you were?
Yep.
Right.
And if I take the light away, then that's a dead end, and that's a dead end.
Huh.
And I don't think I can go through here. Just kidding, I can. Looked like a door that I couldn't go through. Okay, we're upstairs now.
Nice.
Hooray!
We did it. Good job.
Oof. Where am I? Here. So I do need to go down.
Oh god, there was that bit where we had to move the door to the right spot.
Yeah, it should be resolved already.
Yeah, but if we go back through it, we'll have to move the door again, won't we?
No, because I think we already just like fully solved it so that we could just go through.
Bet. Just be done forever.
There's nothing there?
Alan, you okay, bud? You didn't hurt.
Alan, there was nothing there.
You alright, Alan?
Okay, that's cool, buddy. That's fine. While I'm under here and nothing can get me, just kind of wanted to get my bearings, figure out where I was. I know where I am, more or less.
It's one of us.
Alright, leave me alone, guys. They're drowning.
Keep saying.
Can't get me in here, probably. And there's an echo. Right? Is it out here? No, it's on the other side. Okay. Very important that I know which side it's on. Okay, yeah, it's like over there. Not here. But over here? I can't get me. Oh, there's a container back there, though.
Yeah, moving away from the...
Yeah, I think we have to go around to get over there.
It's a lot. Oh, there is a little box.
That man go away. Where's the box?
Behind the AC unit, right behind you.
Ah!
So it's peeking out.
That thing! We have a lot of flare ammo now. That's
Good.
exciting.
He just sticks around with it for a really long time after you shoot someone.
Yeah. It is an emergency weapon.
I'm then also sometimes before you shoot someone, he dicks around with it for a really long time.
Oh, he just does that with all of his guns.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Your fate. Your fate. Are you fate? Sir, I was dodging? Please stop stabbing me?
I think that guy's fair.
Fine. He's dead now.
Yeah.
So this is fine and good, actually. Okay, and then the echo should be around here somewhere? There's Breaker. Echo is to
Might
my
be up
right.
the ladder.
Yeah. Light, please? Carolyn? There's that point. Up the stairs.
There.
There we go.
Suck you dry if you stay here for too long. You'll end up a lost soul, haunting the streets and alleys. A faded out shadow, glimpsed by some other poor bastard on his way toward the same fate. Your broken dreams become a broken mirror, and the twisted reflection staring back at you with all the pent-up anger, regret, guilt, and shame was the monster you could never get away from.
Samlek has the soak cannon. Sorry, no. Don't see it.
Oh, I know.
I love the soak cannon.
Soak cannon, great. Listen. How you doing, friend? How's it going?
How you doing now? We're just over here monologuing.
Evo, please stop. I'm sure Breaker hasn't updated anything, but I just would like to see him. Nice. Yeah, it's going good so far. I mean, we just started, but we got a thing, and here's our friend. We won't talk to him. No. That's okay. There's nothing new on his crazy board. His door the gatekeeper. Starting to run out of space, though.
Yeah, he's got one more spot, and then he has to just do a long one across the top.
Oh, whole line, yeah. Doing okay, buddy. While we're in here, let's just take a quick peek. Need to get over here. You're a fake man. You're not real. And we're up here now. Which, not helpful because the word might be down over there. Y'all, not real. Absolutely. It's real good.
Yeah. This one's been great.
There it is.
Hey!
Nope, not that one. Wanted to focus, not shoot it. Hand flares area of effect.
Well, we hate hand flares. We don't care what the area of effect is. The area of effect is 0.
True.
The effect is that it makes you unable to shoot or do anything.
John did actually manage to use one, and they seemed fine for him at least. But I'm scared to do it.
Yeah.
I've been traumatized by the flares. Is the thing.
We used it on a man, and he just ran over and punched you like you weren't doing nothing. And then the game was broken after you got back up.
Yeah. It wasn't good. I mean, there's still you still gotta wiggle around and find a whole bunch of batteries. Batteries are sparse. But
berries are more rare in this one than the first one by a long way.
But got lots of options. Case. That's what those squares must
dang.
be.
That's good.
We gotta stop in the break room. I have too much trash in my pockets. Good trash, but it is trash, and it needs to go away. I can probably get rid of some of these flares. Flare ammo, at least. I don't need
The dust,
2 whole
the dust
stacks.
I know.
That can go there. I don't hate keeping a first aid kit on me.
Yeah.
Just in case. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Shotgun takes up so much space.
We need Saga to be shotgun.
Right? We need the sawed off. Okay, there's one more word. And then there's a box on the top of the ocean view? Okay. Nope, leave me alone.
Squares, the boxes have like a lot of resources. At least it's not like lost stuff. Missed
Yeah.
at least one of those. Oh,
Yeah. I definitely like going back and finding them afterwards.
yeah.
Because after all the fights that we've done, we have lost a bit of stuff. You're not real. You're not real. And I've gone the wrong way. Go over here. Inside? Is it actually inside?
What's inside?
Alright. Is it out there somewhere?
Yeah, it should be right next. Ugh, it's all that.
Nope, okay.
See that way from outside? I don't think we can.
Oh.
Not even a bit.
No. Oh, there is an echo behind us, though. Up there? Oh, I do have to wiggle around the lights a bit. That's frustrating. It's fine. It's fine. Do it to get the echo. That's gonna bring the water tower back, though, and I can't get up. So we put that back. And then we go through. And we get rid of this light. And then we go through. And there's that. But do nothing for me. We got that one.
Yeah.
That one's been got. We'll put that back. And just be very confused for a minute while I try and figure out where.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's.
Can't really be down there. We can't get down there without.
Get over there.
Oh, that'd be awful.
It's not that bad. I mean, we just put the light back. And then we're back down there. That's where we were. Right there. And there's the thing. And usually, for the ones that are outside, they want us to line it up with the Casey posters. Not always, but sometimes. I wonder if it is... There it is.
No, we did it.
Kind of figured out what they want from
Calling
us.
it quits, making a clean
There,
break.
Sam.
Retiring, escaping,
Calling it quits.
leaving all this
It's
sort
very
of misery
good.
and terror behind. Getting in a car and driving till you see the sunrise.
Oh.
Somewhere where the sun still rises. Settling down, buying a house, fixing it up, building a
Head
life.
wiggle.
Finding
It's gonna be an
someone.
innkeeper.
It's a fool's dream. It would all go bad. And
I
having
wouldn't
let
trust it in,
hope
run by
in,
Alex
It
Casey.
would be unbearably worse than this. You can take the man out of the city, but you
Leave.
can never take the city out of the man.
Are you... Okay.
We weren't moving.
Yeah. But he also wasn't going away?
Yeah. No, I mean that's what I meant. You want wibbling?
Got scared? That's all the echoes here.
Yeah.
There's a thing in there.
Behind the wall, shot the wall, and didn't fall down.
Not that one. This is gonna be too far. So, Alan, what do you propose we do? Do I... Figured that's where I shot before, but I wanted to triple check. Can I... Well... No. Didn't think so, but... Worth a try. Alan, buddy...
Oh yeah, we can't get there anyway. The little railings in the wall.
Ropes in the way.
Yeah, we'd never be able to get past those ropes.
Impossible. There. A little far away, I realize, but I don't see anything from here. Absolutely not. Alan? Alan, stop getting stuck. I just want this word. That's all. Because if I skip this one, it's gonna be one of the
Words
one
of
that had
stuff.
yeah, and that would suck. Because I want all of those. Ellen.
On the ocean, do you think there are any people?
I feel like that would be kind of rude.
Yeah, but
Because I don't think I could see it from down here. What is that over there? How do we get to the other side? How do we get over there? I guess before we do that, we'll grab that case that I missed.
Yeah.
And then maybe we can see it from over here. Probably not. Where are we? No, we're in the ocean view now. So this is unhelpful.
yeah. Ready for it now.
This.
Where's the thing? Okay, it's nowhere.
Might be on the ground floor then. That's just very
Yeah.
confusing.
It's not helpful.
I don't like it. You're not real. You're not real. You're not real.
Not even real.
This is rude. It's very rude.
It's on the side of the building. Street.
But that's rude. We're on the big screen now.
Oh no.
We're famous.
Me, famous horror writer Alan Wake.
I want to be not up here anymore, I think. Hi, BB!
Hey, BB.
My favorite Gwen! The coolest BB! Does she even know how cool she is? That's a lot of guys. Please leave, guys. That's not where I crouch. That's where I crouch.
Where's that crouch?
Excuse me? They keep saying wait, but I keep hearing weak.
I kinda sound like that too.
Whoa, what's happening there?
Because the fall of emphasis on the K.
Weak. Silly guys. Hey
I like
there.
when you
Sorry.
shine your torch on the fake one, and like after as the set to fade out, they just go like,
They don't like it.
I like mad. They're just like kind of upset.
They're annoyed that I saw through their ruse.
Oh no. Oh, it's the ghost again. Still on full health.
Alan, there's nothing there.
Damn spot. Is it you causing this?
Sir,
Phantom?
you're downstairs. You can't grab me from here. That's not allowed. Oh my goodness.
I've found a bug out too with this one.
Yeah. They've addressed a lot since they released it though.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Imagine a company that cares about the product they put out.
Could be a season pass.
No.
I want to get Alan Wake canon forever.
Where is... I don't know that I can get over there, is the problem.
Yeah, that's true. We'll have to get places. Sorry, I got a cat on me.
When don't you?
He seems to look for moments when I don't have a cat on me, and then go on me. Yeah, from IKEA somewhere?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And it's just a word of aid? Stupid. What? We got it.
Genius.
Maps. Great. We got the buckheads upstairs stomping again.
People used to... It's not.
Echo.
Had I chosen to pursue the cult, or had they chosen me for some unknowable purpose? To be a demon, to sort the clues based on my interpretation, to change that which I observed. It was all a play. Shadows on the wall of the cave, an echo of the true events that happened somewhere else. Was I there to watch the shadows, or was I a shadow too? In a performance set up for someone else.
Alright, buddy. Let's, get that case. Maybe.
We are now in the building.
Yeah. But where else would it be?
Yeah, it's weird. Why is it like this?
Done their map bad.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any other way, like, in or above or around the ocean view.
Not really.
It's just a suit. Get a cool product. Maybe we jump in the dumpster and stay in the dumpster.
I mean, that's just Alan's home.
Yeah. Oh, but let's go.
Okay, I don't care about that. Is this child just dropping a fucking ball on my head?
Sounds like.
At 11:39 a.m.? Did that pick it up?
Nope. So it was. Oh, still gone.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm like having to record my neighbors because they're fucking obnoxious. And I hate them. I don't know why people are like this.
Yeah, she's upstairs now, but it seems like she's trying to dig through into our apartment.
Yay. Okay, that one picked it up.
Nice.
Un momento, everyone.
We're retaliating. Seemed ineffective. I don't think the child could hear us over the stomping they're doing.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Sorry, gang, this is an ongoing incident. The microphone isn't picking up, but the kid just started bouncing the ball like on top of us.
Oh no, microphone's picking it up now. At least it was.
Oh, was it?
Yep.
Oh, dang. Okay. Yeah, it's loud. It's bad.
Y'all get to deal with me recording my neighbors so I can report it to management because this is an ongoing issue and it's dumb and it's rude and it's horrible and it happens all day, every day, from like 6:30 in the morning until 11:30 at night, and that's horrible. Send your children outside.
Send them anywhere, please. Not just the child as well, it's the dad sometimes.
All
also.
of them. They're all fucking obnoxious and I hate them all.
Just very loud. Horrible neighbors.
It's not just, I mean, it's not just ball bouncing. They do mix it up. There's a lot of jumping. There's a lot of stomping. There's a lot of running. There's a lot of, just just stomping. There's so much stomping. And it's right above my head. And it's not just one room, it's all of the rooms. They do it in all of the rooms. So you can't be free, ever. But it's fun. Well, the audio does cut out every once in a while. Weird. Maybe that's just a game thing.
It was loading.
And it's been like this for months. And it's like, you live in an apartment. Other people live here.
You have people under you can't do that.
I can tolerate a child making noise like an hour a day. That's fine. Right though? And they have 2 of them! They've got like a 7-year-old and like a one or so year old toddler. And it's just like, that's you can't have those here.
So quiet now. Feels like I've suddenly gone deaf.
It's wild. My god. Okay. So we're gonna do some saga stuff. Yeah. Let's see if there's a point of interest there. And I don't know who the point of interest is anymore. Because it's not the janitor's bucket or the break room.
Is it where Atty used to be?
Might have been.
Sometimes point of interest is just friend.
Yeah, but there's no friend in here anymore.
It was friend 1. There was a friend here once.
It's not that. That's the Tom Zane stuff. But it's fine. Fine. Okay. I don't think that there's... I mean, we're missing stuff in Watery, right? We got something. I know there's a trauma pad over there, and there's a container there.
Screwdriver!
We can get that. That can happen. This can occur. And I do want to go back to Cauldron Lake, because there were some screwdriver things there, and I know we missed a bunch of stuff there as well.
Seen where all that stuff is.
I mean, I know that there is stuff missing. I didn't see shit when John was playing.
I saw.
I was barely paying attention.
No, I think.
Still just want to wander around. It's not Alan! We get to play as a lady now? And that's exciting. We do like not playing as Alan, I think, is the thing. Also, experiment PFNR 16, codename Maiden Waiting. Dearest, when are you returning? I've been waiting for so long. I miss you. Send me a letter as soon as you can. It's lonely here, and I pine. Your fair maiden. My dear maiden, I am out of luck and out of means. I'd love to come back home to you soon, but alas, I must gather my strength and my funds first. Don't forget about me. I'll be with you sooner than you think. Yours, truly. Dearest, it pains me to hear you will not be arriving, but I will keep waiting until you do. I would never forget about you. How could I? Your fair maiden. She pines. Why doesn't he understand that she pines? That is a nursery rhyme over there, though.
Another one of those rhymes.
Don't assume I don't have the thing, but let's double check.
We got a few.
There once was a faithful girl, at home she stayed, and there she prayed for her lover to return. But he collected fair maidens, just as he did their stolen riches and broken hearts. So... none of these. Trickster might be... the man.
Trickster might be.
Let's see if there's a maiden doll around here or something. Can you have your light out, Saga, please? Consider.
A girl and a mom. We need something in between.
Right? Is there such a thing? Yeah, there is. There's a maiden doll. Perfect. Also, other paper. Ooh, this is the all the nursery rhymes in Watery.
Nice. Perfect.
That marked them on my map. It did. No. That's the well. Okay, well, I can look at that paper thing, possibly, and see where they are. Nursery rhymes, please? I know we have other things elsewhere. Ranger Cabin, Trailer Park, Lighthouse, Downtown, Coffee World, Watery Woods.
I don't remember which ones we got. But...
Yeah. Well, we have...
Oh, okay.
We have Shooting Range. Ranger Cabin? Maybe that's just the Watery Woods. We have Trailer Park and the Lighthouse. The Coffee World, Downtown, which I think we're doing the Downtown one right now. And...
Ranger Cabin? All woods?
Yeah, I think this is the Ranger Cabin, because I think there was the shooting range by the cabin. I think.
There's just one in the woods?
So just one in the woods. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Allie, you'll love this one, because there's a lot of control stuff in it.
Yeah.
Just as a heads up. Just to update you, I haven't had any success with setting the stage yet. Even the letters from the characters themselves are no use. Do you have any tips on what I should try next? Michaels, Junior Assistant Researcher. So there are no results. The propping has been proven to be effective according to Dr. Campbell. Maybe it's something in the rhyme itself? Is it too mature? Too direct? Should we add complexity and charm to it? Try some different approaches and get back to me. Yeah!
I have seen Ati a couple of times.
Ati has shown up. He sang us a song earlier and it was delightful.
He just loves to sing. He's just hanging out.
I'll try to add some complexity and charm. This is a really great use of my master's in applied physics. Michael, stop complaining. You're probably getting paid okay. Probably. I don't know. The FBC might not actually pay you that well as I say that. But, you know, Maiden is at home. Oh, what's the trickster? That's like my favorite voice line of hers.
What the hell?
Very silly. It's fine, it's just Goop. We've seen Goop before. Excuse me. We know Goop. We are familiar with Goop.
I'm gonna need a bigger charm bracelet.
Well, I was trying to look at my inventory. You know, that'll go there for right now.
Coffee Mug Jam does seem to instantly revive you on full health as soon as you die. So they are handy, but...
Yeah. I might do it for the achievement, because there can get an achievement for it, but... Hold stash.
Stash over there.
Hold stash. Duck!
What do you know about the FBC?
You have to tell us, Duck. It's important, Duck. Where is...
You gotta go press the door.
Yeah. Am I getting you? No. You're the wrong kind of toolbox. Stash.
There's another cult stash.
That car one was too easy. Here's mine. There are 3 batteries. B1, B2, B3, which have a combined charge of 1,600 amps. B2 has 120 amps more than B3. B1 has 2 times as much charge as B3. How many amps does B2 have? I can do this math. I can do this math. Okay, so we have...
Ollie, down with the wires!
He's not gonna. He'll never do it. Not even once. We're trying to figure out B2? B3 has 2 times as much charge as B1. Fucking Christ.
Yeah, this is insane. I just turned on for the last half hour.
B2 has 128 amps more than B3.
B3 is the little one.
As much.
B1 has twice as much
Yeah.
as B3.
Okay, so we're trying to figure out B2.
If he's playing a 4, it's just 400 each, right?
Yeah.
So then B1 would be 800, B3 would be 400, and B2 would be 400. How do we adjust the numbers so B2 is 128, Marlon?
I'm working on it. Trying to do math while there's stomping happening is hard.
You need to divide 128 by 3. Oh, it doesn't quite divide by 3, does it? By 2.6 recur.
B2 has 128 more than B3. B3 is half as much as B2. Say not divided. You gotta be divided by 2. You fool. One is just I used to know how to do all this shit, and then I got dumb because I never used it anymore.
Yeah. It's been a minute since high school.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could do... No. Sirs, this is too much math.
There we go.
Yeah, if you want. You want to get B2 by itself so that you can just add everything up. This is fun. While I'm here, we can just do all my caseboard stuff because it's been a minute. Watery, email exchange. So who are these? Who made these? And we've got a maiden doll. As well as fake correspondence. Oh. Put a 5.62 in there somewhere, that'll figure it out.
Yeah. 28 divided by 4. Real good. I don't know.
7?
Huh?
28 divided by 4 is 7?
No, 128 divided by 4.
128.
Real good.
Well, that would be...
It's 32. But I don't know. No. It's a weird number.
Probably go pick up that comic pad. Those are locked. Bolt cutters is just bolt cutters now.
Oh, it's
They
not bolt
fixed it.
underscore cutters.
Ah! There's bolt stash there, but we don't have the bolt cutters yet, so we can't really do anything there. We'll grab the travel pad and we'll probably get the bolt stash. Travel pad in sauna. I think.
Fair. It seems complicated for a weird little puzzle in Alan way. Gotta be an easy way to do it.
On Ilmo Koskala to find your dream home today. He's doing everything. Ilmo is in everything.
Fingers in a lot of highs.
Those are all locked. still can't get into the lighthouse. We'll probably get in there later. That's probably a big thing that we'll deal with later. I can do the math on the cold stash later. That's fine. Let's go to Cauldron Lake. I would like to see what's going on there. Okay. Oh, that's where they want us to go. Okay. Oh, that station's still going off. Okay. I guess we do have all the cult stashes marked now, don't we? That's nice. There's a cult stash in the rental cabins. I don't know if we can get in there. Rental cabins. Oh?
I don't have a calculator.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think I got it.
Well, I am nowhere near there.
We want to B2.
Yeah.
I need bolt cutters.
Oh.
496, baby.
Ooh. Nice.
You just make I'm at the pencil long. Okay. Oh,
It's
almost a disaster.
It's just a mechanical pencil.
My pencil got long. I've literally only had one of those ever.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh. I like mechanical pencils better than regular pencils.
Why?
Because they just sharpen immediately.
If you break the lead, it's not a whole hassle
No.
forever.
Also, Kay has a Cauldron Lake. Rampage at the rental cabins. Unidentified man attacks vacationers in the dead of night. Dead of night Sunday. A weird break. They do have better erasers too. It's true. Mechanical pencil supremacy. Let's go. An idyllic evening of barbecuing and late night fishing was violently disrupted Saturday as a mysterious assailant attacked park visitors, causing chaos and destruction at the cabins, as opposed to destruction. The incident left 3 people injured, one of which has been admitted to the county hospital. As to whether the attacker is still at large, Bright Falls police have yet to make an official statement, leaving the local residents in a state of uncertainty. Oh god, this is so long. Witnesses to the crime were visibly shaken, one of whom stated, "1 minute we were laughing and toasting some marshmallows, next we heard screaming coming up from the cabins. We didn't know what was going on, so we called the police and started running in the opposite direction," said Kurt Mill. Whoever is writing the newspaper needs a better editor. Just saying. Another eyewitness who preferred to remain anonymous said, "It's like he appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly my dog starts barking his head off, and this psycho guy comes crashing through the trees. Don't think I'll ever feel safe in the forest again." Representative from the rental cabins, who chose to remain anonymous, wanted to remind customers, if you have plans to stay in our lovely cabins later this summer, please get in touch with us, as we may need to rejigger some of the reservations based on the state of the cabin that you have rented with us. The representative went on to further remind future and potential guests of the wonderful amenities that can be found in their company's brochures and on the website, which is real nice. State of the art. My nephew made it, and he's a real computer whiz. Precious. Oh god.
Oh, there's a few of them, huh?
Fine. This one doesn't scroll.
Nice.
So does a hike a day keep depression away? Might be bright sunny July, but it's never too soon to start worrying about the gloomy months of autumn ahead. That's right, in the grand scheme of life, those dead, depressing days are just around the corner. Have you been taking your vitamin D? Probably not. But for all of you thinking, there's gotta be another way, there's good news. Hiking has been proven to be incredibly beneficial to your mental and emotional health. So get on out there and do it. Just don't forget a flashlight in case it gets dark. This one scrolls a little. Little Sally Upton's whole family erupted into cheers when she won the big match this weekend. Was she playing soccer? Tennis? No, in this brave new world that we live in, her family was cheering her on as she won a match in a game that exists only on the Information Superhighway. The game in question was Mega Baking Star, in which players compete to make the tastiest treats and sweetest eats of their virtual judges online. Bright Falls congratulates Sally on her big win. Good job, Sally.
Good job.
Not a missing Doberman.
Coffee bean.
Oh no. Heartfelt. Oh wait, no, this is fine.
Yeah,
Found. They were found. Okay. I just saw the missing dog and got sad. Fine. Heartfelt reunion took place this weekend when Mrs. Amanda Smith was reunited with her beloved dog Coffee Bean, CB as his owner refers to him. Had been missing for 3 days, and Mrs. Smith was afraid that she would never see her best friend again. When I got the call, I couldn't believe my ears, she said. Must have asked, am I dreaming? At least 7 or 8 times. Excuse me. It was actually 9 times, confirmed Ranger Stevenson, the man responsible for finding the wayward canine. Rare that you get to give these kinds of calls, and I feel real grateful to have had this opportunity. Well, with all the predators out there, usually you're telling folks that you found their dogs dead, their cats eaten, you know. So it felt real good to give some good news, even if Coffee Bean is in kind of rough shape. Fur will grow back, sure, but, well, I suppose that's all I should say about that. Oh, Coffee Bean. Listen, as somebody whose cat got stuck and lost outside for 2 weeks, he'll be okay. He'll recover. Eventually.
Be kind of skittish forever.
We'll hate it when you open up the windows.
Oh, he's making up pencil words and cat.
Ticonderoga only.
That's a spell from Final Fantasy.
It's the upgraded version of Aroga.
It's the upgraded version of Ticonderoga.
I'm personally a fan of big mechanical pencils, but, you know, I'm basic. Plus, they're cheap, and I like that. Okay, we've read that one. Where are we?
A normal pencil made of wood.
Poor
For
choice.
all my pencil needs.
Bad choice. Incredibly wrong choice. It's not true. I just like mechanical pencils because they're always sharp. And that's nice. Alright,
We don't have those fancy mechanical pencils in the north.
horrible. Y'all should invest in it. Great. Do y'all wonders. Alright, it's a very big forest, and we're not missing too much stuff. A lot of the stuff that we need is in the street inside, it looks like.
Yeah.
Makes me feel good about how much exploring we did earlier. Do need to see if we are missing any nursery rhymes here. We got
I think there were like 5 and we had 4.
we're missing 2.
Okay.
Witchfinder Station, Streamside, Cauldron Lake rental cabins. Can't do the Cauldron Lake rental cabins just yet.
Right.
Looks like that's watery. Okay, never mind. We got Ranger Cabin, which I think is the Witchfinder Station.
Ranger cabin with shooting range.
No, that's in
Okay.
watery. Shooting range.
Ranger cabins everywhere.
Yeah, because
Did
it's a forest.
Horrible.
You gotta have those. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm like so coffee today. Damn, I just hydrated. I need to keep hydrated. But I'm hydrating so dang much.
That means you need to hydrate.
It's not true. It means I need to breathe better.
Oh.
I have asthma?
You breathe better if you just put water in there.
It's not true.
That's how it works.
Just fill my lungs up with water. It'll be great.
Yeah.
It is true. Fruity better be drinking that oiter.
I think some oiter. It might be Dr. Pepper.
That's not hydrating. That's not hydrating.
It's a little bit hydrating.
It's not. It's a
hydration
diuretic.
involved.
It's gonna make you pee, and therefore you're gonna be dehydrated. Actually.
I'm hydrating right now.
That's more Dr. Pepper.
Wow.
Witchfinder Station, Streamside, Cauldron Lake. Cauldron Lake. Oh, rental cabins. I need to like actually finish reading that. Witchfinder Station. It's fine. It's fine. The only other one that we need to get is Cauldron Lake rental cabins, and we don't have bolt cutters just yet. General store is not the way we want to go.
No Ribena.
We got different goo. We got
Gotta
different
have Ribena here because black currants are banned.
We just don't have them.
The banned? Well, they were banned for a really long time, and now they're not banned, but still don't exist here.
Yeah, because we just don't have them.
But they're good. They're so much better than all of the fruits that you like.
That's not true.
It's so much better.
Nah.
It's by far the best one.
Incorrect.
Give me a fruit that's better than blackcurrant.
Peach.
No.
Yeah.
Fucking miles away.
Incorrect.
My god. Unbelievable.
I mean, you can have your wrong opinion.
You can think peaches are good, I guess. If you want to do that.
But it's fine. We got different water goop. That's good and delicious. And it's fine, actually.
No, quite right, Bean. Alright.
Pretty good goop. Where am I going?
You need to come to UK pay some Ribena and I'll blow your goddamn mind.
I could just order some Ribena.
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Denied.
It's banned.
Can do it, though.
It's contraband.
Screwdriver. And you think that would stop me? Me?
Smuggling Ribena over there.
I'd do it. 100%. Bolt cash. Also, another screwdriver. Right here.
Is this the wood from the fair?
Yeah.
Cauldron Lake wood?
Yeah.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah.
I do remember where the thing from last time was.
Well, I mean, I have them marked on my map, is the thing.
Okay.
And I don't give a shit what John's done.
He was... There's a lunchbox near... Yeah.
We'll find things.
Fine.
We'll find things.
Let's say nothing.
Okay, good. It's fine. I assume we'll be back here loads. I mean, we're here right now doing an investigation.
Another one of those
Poke
cult
around.
boxes.
What is this? Rock tree, are you bright enough? That's 6.
Oh yeah, you found the one that John Wolfe found.
Yeah, because I have it marked on my map. 8. Rock tree. No, that's tree. Where's the other rock? Oh. Rock?
To find the number written on.
Oh god. I'll pass on that cult stash then. Thanks.
Have to do it? Part of the investigation.
Rock? Saga? Where is other rock? Hey, game? Oh, nope. That's fine. Is it on top of there?
I mean, John found it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. Won that challenge by it, I think.
okay, well, that's fine.
Just saying. Throwing that out there.
Where the fuck is the rock? That's a minus sign. It's 5.
I'll write that down. Let me carry the 5.96.
Okay. Ugh. Are you one of us or one of them?
So we think the flies are good, actually, but we are still abandoning them.
Yeah,
because,
absolutely.
Because
they hurt me once. I would not put it past them to hurt me again.
they're capable.
I like not being hurt by things.
Yeah, we like it when we can do all of the actions in the game.
Yeah. One more. We can't get to it just yet. 2 more in Watery. We know one of them. And the other, I think, was behind bolt cutters. Okay. Cool!
One of them I worked out with math.
In theory.
In theory.
We'll see if it works. Still gotta enter it.
I'm pretty confident.
Okay, well.
70% sure. Baby.
We'll find out. At one point. Oh, I should probably fill out the case board, because I genuinely don't know what we're doing here. I have forgotten what's happening. He won't let me do these, actually.
Huh.
Never mind.
Oh,
Okay, well, Saga? Oh, you want me to go to Bright Falls. Okay. Okay, never mind. We're not supposed to be here yet. That's fine, actually. Oh, it's just people.
It's just guys. Jeez.
That
Don't know what was happening there.
Okay. This is fine.
Fucking monsters.
Jesus, Saga. How many Casey lunchboxes are we missing? Actually, just out of curiosity. We're missing 2 of them.
Oh.
That's fine. We can come back. How do I leave? Forest is large? I can get over here. Okay.
Where does that?
Not here. Go to the right. Yeah. Alright. This fine. That's the murder site. That's taking a slightly longer route, but that's okay.
What is it there?
We can go this way. And follow this way.
The way that's not blocked.
Yeah. You can tell we're going the right way. The relay station is loud.
Yeah.
The very normal, very not suspicious relay station.
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that's suspicious. They're probably The agent probably just said exactly what they were doing here. They're leaving enough files around.
Let's Saga. I know you're kind of running a bit already. But if you could go a little faster, I would appreciate that greatly. Like, significantly? Mighty grateful. There we go. There's our car. There's our car. Found car. Grateful. Oh, we probably could have gone to Watery.
Free from a genius. Why?
We can do that next. Woof. What a loading screen, huh? There. History meets hospitality.
Alan Wake.
Hi, Casey.
My name comes up, your books come up, you come up. I've read them. There are echoes of my life in there that makes me feel like someone's been watching me.
That's just the drugs, Casey. Oh.
What happened to Alan Wake? The unanswered mystery. Never expected to find you alive.
My head's killing me.
I think you like using people, Wake. Taking their lives and twisting them into your stories. And when someone gets hurt, it's kick-ass material for the next one. Shit! Spilled my...
Yeah, because you shook your mug!
Agent Casey.
This is not your playground, and I'm not your fucking creation.
It doesn't work that way. You can't make something out of nothing, even in a dark place where the rules hardly apply. It's very complicated to make fiction come true. I saw visions of what's happening, what will happen. Dreams.
Alan can't write unless he's seen a thing happen.
I understand how dangerous it is now. Even with a paralyzing amount of planning. I think I stopped writing. I think I gave up.
Thank God.
But there's a manuscript.
Doing the
Maybe
world
I
a
forgot
favor.
not to write. The dark place makes you forget. I just want to fix this. Find a version of the story that fixes everything.
Shut up!
It's fine, it's just the kids upstairs.
FBI! We want the writer! No one else needs to get hurt! Fuck off!
I unironically love Alex Casey.
Hey, what are you doing? Scratch! He's close!
Stay down!
Wait, I need a gun!
No chance. FBI!
Casey! Look out! It's coming! It's there!
we on again?
But I wanted to play as Saga!
Oh dear.
Oh no! This is not what we meant when we told you to take a bath.
You need 2 baths.
Oh my god, probably more than that.
Oh dear.
Oh! that is a deer!
Oh, I see what I did there. Oh.
Big ol' yikes, we are playing as Alan. Fuck!
Alan.
Alan, it's not your
I
turn!
had escaped the dark place. So had the dark presence. Scratch. He was here, in Bright Falls. I could feel him as a growing pressure in my head. Stronger by the minute. Why didn't he kill me with the rest? What did he want?
Then you would be useless to him. And
I gotta
he
get out of
needs you,
here.
Alan.
Don't do it.
Can't believe they've done this. Jesus Christ. It's kind of bad here, huh?
I needed to
Not
find
great.
Casey. We were on the
Fine.
same side in this fight. Strength in numbers.
Alan, I just want to look at a map, and he won't let me? Oh. We can go in here now.
I need to protect myself.
I go in here. It's very dark, and I don't have a flashlight.
Yeah, we don't have anything.
Before we go out that way... Okay, they have blocked this door. Understood. Alright. Just gotta be thorough. Flashlight! And a shotgun!
Nice.
A gun and a flashlight. How nostalgic.
How big is this fucking shotgun? Oh, it's the huge one.
Also, we don't have any of our items anymore. They better be in the fucking shoebox. Or I'm gonna be very upset. That was a lot of good stuff that I had in my inventory in the dark place.
Yeah.
I know they want me to go that way, but what if they're hiding things from me over here? Consider.
You got a lot of red on you.
He was tired of wearing the black and white shirt. Needed a little color in his
That's Casey.
wardrobe.
He was still alive.
I would say you can't kill Casey that easy, but that is a lie.
The flashlight did its job.
I have no batteries.
Restless dreams.
We gotta loot them.
But I dodged! Don't go towards him, Alan!
Come on, he's not your friend. That's not Casey.
Casey, help!
These were the cultists the FBI were after. Were they letting themselves be taken? Or did the dark presence not discriminate?
Oh, jeez.
I was a little too slow on that one.
Ah!
Fuck.
A little high.
Yeah, not good. Not good. Not good.
Not good.
And I have no healing items.
You have no items at all. You have a shotgun with no bullets in it.
This is very unfortunate. Okay, let's just go.
Yeah, jog out of it.
I just hear a lot of noises. Fuck.
Oh, it's two of them there.
The pressure in my head was unbearable. Scratch was getting closer. Stronger than ever.
No bullets. This is not ideal, but you know what? At least they can't see me here.
Gotta keep running.
Yep. Alright. There is some stuff happening over here. Nursing home. Whoa! Okay, okay, I didn't get smacked in the back of the skull. That's fine.
The pressure eased off.
Can
Scratch
you
was
move?
further away. I could think again. Casey.
I thought I picked up some meds, but it didn't.
Casey? Where are you? Casey, I'm coming!
Fuck.
Alan, we are useless to him right now? Here's the thing about our situation.
Kissy, you won't have to have any shotgun shells on you.
Our poor boy! Aww. Oh, hey, Saga!
Saga.
FBI, drop the knife!
Is that Breaker?
Elmo?
No. Okay. Sorry, the beard got me for a second, and I was like, but he's not here!
Oh,
Of ID. Alan Wake. Agent Anderson. Agent Kayshurrr Estevez, Federal Bureau of Control. We'll take it from here.
Out cold.
Wait. This is my case.
It's not anymore!
FBI investigation. The case has been transferred to us.
This is bullshit.
Sorry.
Moving
Paranatural
the
crimes.
your field office to our base of operation at the sheriff's station. Any other pieces of evidence with you? Anything
Arrested on suspicion of wizard crime.
I can't trust them with it.
Yeah, don't give that to
Nothing
them.
comes to mind.
Okay, then your work here is done. Hey, you did well.
Wait. My partner, Agent Casey's MIA.
We'll look for
He's
him.
my partner, damn it! I
Agent?
should be...
Go home.
Careful moving wake. They think he's a para-utilitarian.
No. Fuck this. I was so close to getting the clicker to wake. I'm not done
I mean,
here.
I don't know that we
Until I
should
find
give it to
Casey.
Alan,
Not until
is
my
the
family
thing.
is safe
Yeah.
from this horror story.
End of chapter already! I mean, we're gonna keep playing it Saga, is the thing.
So I didn't really count as a saga.
No.
Kept it.
Tor and
Close
Odin
out.
were in the photo with the clicker. They might know how it works.
Okay, where are we?
I'm off the case, but I can still visit
We are
family.
in Bright Falls. Wow, this map is huge, actually. There were painkillers back there. Ooh. We gotta go back and get the things. Could actually do with a little bit of healing. As I look at it.
Paranoid in you know, not the easiest lads to understand, but they are probably the only people you can like actually trust in this situation.
Yeah. We love it. We love them for that. Billy's Boatyard. Can we go there?
They're the only people who've like been wiggled by like the deck place, but it didn't really get them. So they know about it, and also it can't get them.
They're too wily.
They took too many drugs in the 80s.
All of the cold stashes are here too. Love that. Might not be able to get down here just yet. Okay. Understood.
He could catch himself, they'd probably be able to just like lay out everything that's happening, but there's not. It's not a big window for that at
No.
any point.
Our sweet boys are a little they're missing some bits. But that's okay. We love them for it. Yeah, we can't get anywhere there just yet. It's underwater. So we want to go this way. We do actually want to go to the nursing home, but also what if there's a lunchbox up here?
Nope.
This is a bad tent. You've made a bad tent.
So bad.
What? Yeah. None box, actually.
Oh.
Tragic.
Oh, it's a sandwich.
No sandwiches. Not yet. Hello?
Hello?
Wolf, I'm on a phone.
It's Tor, your grandfather.
Hi, Tor.
About time you were coming to visit, kiddo.
How did you know I was coming to see you?
Never mind that. We have bigger problems.
They read it in a
Losing-
manuscript. Whoa!
Oh, fuck! Fuck you, you fucking hag! Fuck!
Shit.
I think they're getting attacked by witch.
Something is off at that nursing home.
That manuscript.
All of it just like arguing with the nurse. You know?
Or that.
They did hit a nurse with a hammer in the previous game.
Yeah, that's true. Let's put that away.
She was bad. So don't blame.
Honestly. That's a rocket flare. We do want to still try to use that at some point. Those there. That's a swap reality, which we don't want to do. Let's take a quick peek around to see if they're hiding anything from me. It does not look like they are. Down. Is that what I want to do? Kinda, because there's a cache down there. Ooh, that cool cache.
Shouldn't be allowed that ball.
Honestly, I'm gonna go up there and pop it.
I have a license.
Hi, I'm the ball police.
Yeah.
Let's walk past it. It's just over here. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. What do you say? There are 200 total vehicles in a factory, consisting of bicycles and cars. Each car has 4 wheels, and each bicycle has 2 wheels. There are a total of 754 wheels in the factory. How many cars are in the factory? Too many. That's how many.
The monster cars.
Yeah.
And 200 vehicles. The 800 were all cars. We just got
754 divisible by 4. Where my phone went. Where did my phone go? Actually. Oh, it's in my pocket.
I don't think so. I think it's 377. Wait, shit, you must. No. How many wheels did it say there were? Sorry, I didn't write that down. I only write numbers that
754.
don't matter down. Right. So we use. Wrote 46 and 23 underneath it. I don't know why I wrote 46 and then 23 underneath it. Wait, I know. Yeah, no film. Was your one, it just made...
It was as many cars as they could make.
Yeah, and then you just made the rest bike.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Let me get the calculator out. I didn't expect the math test element of the game.
Yeah.
Not quite. Higher than that. It's more than 177 cars. Oh wait, I'm looking for. I did it. I did it by accident. Hang on. I can't remember what I did to do it by accident. I think it's 177.
Okay.
Yeah. I solved it by accident and didn't think I'd solved it and kept going.
We need to go bigger. More stick symbols, more graffiti. I want people pissing their pants when they think about going in the woods. Spread the word. A regular flare, and I want that out of my inventory. That's 2 regular flares, and I want those gone.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Oh, cash done. Great. Now this one, for the other one. I also need them to stop being rude and giving us math ones.
I love the math ones. It's my favorite part.
Need them to stop giving us math ones.
I can be the guy in the chair. I'm gonna be Bentley to your Sly Cooper. Solve the code.
It's too much math.
It's a lot of math. It's more math than you'd expect.
Yeah. I'm cool with it if I know that it's gonna be a thing, but I didn't think it was gonna be a thing in this game about dark and light and flickers.
Math is dark.
I mean, it can
Lots of
be.
people are afraid of math.
Lots of people are very bad at math.
Yeah.
Cool cash is there.
Another cult stash?
Oh, it's fine. It's the Simon Says one. No. Let's try and do this. There we go. The Cult of the Tree sees everything. What was that? What was that? What is this?
Ooh.
Not this. This! Rifle ammo!
We're gonna get a rifle.
Guard. I
Okay.
need to put some things away.
I think the randomly generated loot keep generating as flares because it sees we don't have any. And it's like, yeah, there's the reason we don't have any.
Yeah, like, listen, hey, pal,
We used one earlier.
and it broke everything.
There's a rhyme over here.
Eee. Mother, may I go outside? May I run and play? This is what children should do. Say to you, my daughter dear, Go outside and play, but only in the light of day, and only round the tree so grown. Never near the lake, my child, and never may you drown.
Drown the tree.
Drown.
Mom near house?
Yeah. Or child near waves.
Yeah.
Because, kid's fucking dead.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
We've
Okay,
texted us so many times.
Our daughter, who is very much alive. Dunkus. Oh, I'm just gonna climb on that tent. That is a sturdy tent!
Yeah.
Where'd you get that?
Like that other guy's tent. It's already laying on the floor.
Can this fucking wolf stop?
Stop.
They're like Devo, they just never stop. So much hootin'. I've lost my gunk path? Never mind. There's gunk path.
Another charm.
What charm is this? I keep hitting the wrong button. I'm going to keep hitting the wrong button.
I think escape would be the universal I don't want to be in this menu anymore button.
You would think.
Took a few.
I need to not be here. This is a bad place.
Gives us an opportunity to make the wolf stop.
Oof.
Oh, guy.
Well, he is attacking me.
Yeah, but he was sad after you got him.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be sad if he wasn't attacking me. Here's the thing about this situation.
I can't believe you made that wolf sad.
Good! He was a bad wolf! A bad creature. I do want an extra charge on my flashlight. That would be lovely.
Yeah.
I like all of these. I can get rid of this one.
I don't think the lighthouse counts as damage for you. Because you normally top off after you get hurt. And then you can't heal from the safe houses.
I like the idea of it. This is ridiculous.
Free healing sounds lovely. We do have enough healing items, though.
Yeah, but...
And you don't want to be running around on low health. No one wants that.
True. Map?
Is it 5.62 or 5.92?
5.62.
Okay, cool. I wrote the right thing.
We will not explain.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, it's fine. That there. That there. This goes away. We'll keep the rifle ammo on us. I will get rid of a propane tank.
Slightly worried about how big the rifle's gonna be.
Yeah, we do have 2 more rows to unlock, though.
Yeah.
I just haven't found those.
Maybe the rifle can bring its own row.
Hey.
That'd be lovely.
Like to move with one. You really don't need more than one.
No, I like just carrying one on you in case you need it, and in case you pick up another one so it doesn't overflow the stack.
Hadn't realized that we had that many first aid cases or first aid kits on us.
Don't think in a case it.
Yeah, I love Casey.
I can't believe he's gone.
Well, sorry, Wolf, but you're a bad guy. Yeah, please. Lovely. Oh, you're up! You're up again!
How did that happen?
I thought he was just gonna stay on the ground. I thought he was done.
I thought that too.
Ooh, lunchbox.
What? There's another lunchbox.
Lunchbox! Just then, I suddenly slammed into something that felt like a sturdy, well-built brick wall. I almost fell, but a strong arm grabbed me by the waist. Hardly knew what was happening. A voice reached through my confused, frightened haze like an outstretched hand. A gruff, manly voice.
Oh,
The deep,
God.
reassuring voice reassured me.
Don't you worry, miss. I've got this.
I looked up just in time to see the monster barreling through the forest at us. Just then, a blast! The monster went down like an elderly person who had lost their cane. Wow. Looked up at my savior and saw a handsome face with dark hair. He wore a stylish tweed jacket and held up a smoking pistol. Looks like I just got here just in time, he said. Smiled at me and my heart fluttered like a bird. I'll say, I thought to myself. Fucking nerd.
Kid Alan fanfic, please.
I know I don't have enough for anything, but I just want to remind myself of what things are. Increased damage to enemies who are stunned, blinded, or knocked out.
We were kind of looking at 2 crossbow shots before you got reload.
Yeah.
Magnetic Pulse sounds fun too, but 2 shots just sounds a lot more obviously useful.
Right. This is a bit different to that. I would rather have to shoot each time. I would like to click the button to say that I am shooting.
Weird when people are normal going on. Sorry. What's your one?
Internet queer screams at everything.
Hey, that's fairly normal.
I don't know. Hold on, let me check. Internet queer yells a lot. That's my going live notification.
2 internet queers now.
It's true.
One of them doesn't yell that often.
It's true. I backtracked a little bit. That's a problem for me. Can't go there, but can I go around? Ranger station. Ranger station.
For 1 more week, double the amount of queers
My
on
God.
the internet.
That's so much gay.
It's too much. Hey. The servers can't take.
Sorry, everyone's gonna have to go by default names, and you can only post in emotes now. You wanna hop down, Saga? Nope, you wanna just climb down slowly. Alright, that's fine. I guess.
Another one of those lunch
Oh,
boxes.
wow, okay. I was gonna leave you some cookies, but I was worried an animal would get into them, so I didn't. But it's a thought that counts, right? Well, we have enough now.
Same.
Never mind, we don't have enough. We are too short. It's fine. We just need one more lunchbox.
Sorry, everyone. I had to revoke all your posting privileges. There were too many people talking about comb.
So dumb.
I don't know why that was a article headline from, but gotta be good. And it's true. It did happen.
It happened. We were there.
Everyone check out Silent Hill Ascension.
Don't. It's bad.
Yeah, that's season.
Don't give them your
look at
money.
Ascension. It's not worth your time or money.
If you do look at it, tell me, and then we can complain about how bad it is together, and that could be fun.
I might do an emergency extra episode of Fruity Gamer Law when I get back. Yes.
To talk about Ascension.
Does start with an A.
It is true.
Does start with an A. It'll fit in nicely. Just a little one about Ascension.
Find lots of boxes? Never mind. We already found that one. I can't get down. We can't get to the ranger station. Is what I'm finding. Ranger station inaccessible right now. Tragic. But one day, probably after we finish this chapter, that's usually when the flooding goes down. Yeah. We've seen it. I guess we'll go. to the nursing home, like they want us to.
Tor and Odin claim to be my family. I know Logan and I never lived here. But I don't know enough about my family history to say they're not my relatives. Mom only ever said my grandfather was bad news.
Vote for Mayor Setter to sit in office.
Vote Mayor Setter to sit in office.
Say why? Just do it.
What? Fucking donuts. Days of craving donuts.
Horrible. Can't get them delivered. They just won't for some reason.
They won't do it. If I order them now, they won't deliver them until tomorrow. And it's like, that's really fucking rude. I want them now. Not even asking for weird donuts. These are the ones you should just have.
Why can't we craving them tomorrow? It's not true. You'll be
True.
craving
I will
them
be
tomorrow.
craving them tomorrow. But also, I don't want them to be delivered tomorrow. I want them to be delivered today. And I know I could resolve this by ordering them and having them be delivered tomorrow. But I want them today. This manuscript? Amongst the leaves? Before we go in there, like they want us to, we're just gonna take a quick peek around. Doesn't really look like there's anything. That won't open. I can deal with people honking.
Yeah, there's some other noises too. There's one or two little stumps.
Oh,
Big stumps.
what is that? Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, still, what is that? I assume it's like an antenna.
Yeah.
A weird antenna, but...
Someone doing weird antennas.
But at least it's not a blob.
Yeah.
Chrome blob. Alright, here we go. A wheelchair? Here?
Yeah.
Ding dong. And then we run away.
For visitors, you know. I was just getting the... Oh, Saga?
No!
How did you know?
You couldn't see me.
Hello,
I was hiding.
Bye, see the family.
This is what Saga
About
does every
time,
time
is
she
it?
comes to visit Tora and
Oh,
Odin.
No. I was just, you know, tidying I'm so glad you're visiting again, Saga. But Odin and Tor can't see anyone today.
Are they in trouble?
I was just on the phone with Tor. He invited me over. Sorry, they had a little too much fun on our trip to Watery and need to rest. I need an excuse to get in and talk to them.
FBI, let me in.
Okay, if I say hi to
There's
them,
your
then
excuse.
Sure. They always love visitors. Come on in. Not smart to be outside when the sun goes down.
Is that a threat?
I love the architecture.
Oh wow.
I always dreamed of living in a
God,
nice
it's cut out.
Victorian manor.
Back. Even Vikings need their rest. This is too much.
This is a shrine to Alan Wake.
Oh no. Alan Wake's crime novels have become the sensation of the nation. Join us as we flip through the pages of the man behind the books. Folks Magazine! How has your life changed since your books became so popular? I have to do a lot more magazine interviews. Other than that, it's not so different. You're hilarious! I can see why you're a writer. Huh? So what do you do to get your creative juices flowing? Writing is a very solitary journey. When I'm working, I like to be alone in a room with my manuscript. There I can wrestle with the story, get inside the heads of my characters. Sounds exhausting. And yet you find plenty of energy to party, right? Word on the street is you've been out enjoying the New York nightlife. Any favorite spots? Prefer if we could focus on my writing. Definitely! This is too much. This is too much. Alice keeps me stable. She's an anchor, stopping the waves from carrying me too far out to sea. You shouldn't be putting that kind of pressure on her.
Yeah?
Also, these pictures. Oh my god. I was wondering if you could help me. Longingly, internally, will serve you pancakes. You were my muse all along, Rose. Naughty Alan.
Rose the one who did the lunchboxes?
Rose might be the one doing the lunchboxes.
I didn't think of that, but it could definitely be Rose doing the lunchboxes.
I thought she would be a little too wiggly for it, but this, the fan fiction and everything, it seems, that it might be Rose leaving us the lunchboxes.
It's gotta be someone a bit wiggly. They know about the story.
Yeah. Alan Wake has a history of violence towards the press and is rumored to have struggled with addiction. Story will be updated as unfolds. Yeah, has anybody checked the thermoses that he carries with him? Bad boy of fiction.
What?
Wait, best-selling author sets a feisty new tone for writers.
Oh, dang.
I hate this. Not just a social calendar that makes the writer stand out from his peers, artists are famous for their tempers, but Wakes is in a completely different orbit. Damaging property, giving photographers black eyes, avoiding lawsuits. His writers are trained full of rage, and you better get off the tracks. Like a punk rocker, Wake is grabbing musty old stereotypes and smashing them into pieces. Oh, wow. I want to not be in this shrine anymore.
Casey lunchbox?
You are strong. You are successful. You are confident. Now we can get.
Now you can get. Now you can get whatever you dang want.
I want to get this one. Give me the
Saga
2
realized
bolts.
the crossbow could hold 2 shots at the same time.
Oh boy.
Had she just not noticed before? Or had the weapon changed somehow? Like in a dream?
Alan, please. Can't keep doing this. Oh.
Torin Odin might know something about the clicker. With Wake out of reach, this is my best lead.
Okay. Well, what do Torin Odin know about the clicker?
Tor okay?
Is Tor okay? Probably not. Also, sorry, we have lots of new things. Ilmo Koskela attacked Wake while wearing a deer mask. Is there who's involved? Oh, I guess that would be Ilmo and Yako, I guess. Colt tried to kill Alan. Colt Gold? Why do they want to kill Wake? Well, have you talked to the man?
Sometimes I want to kill Alan West.
These are stashes in Bright Falls. Perfect. And then Nursery Rhymes. Bright Falls. 5 things. Okay. Anything else that we need to do? Not really. Actually, we're allowed to run in here now.
Nice.
Very excited. Can I? I'm not allowed to pet the deer.
I'll find another deer and then she'll fill up pet, but she'll tell it how many other deers there are.
Yeah. So what is this?
Yeah, these items are invisible and the picture for them is blank. This is unhelpful.
Not useful. Let's see. Any items? Why is it so dark in here? Y'all know about lights? Because you have them. They are here.
Hello, Yako. Looks like another perfect morning in paradise. I agree, Ilmo. A perfect morning for me to drink this coffee I'm holding. Oh shit, this coffee is shit. Yako, did you just drink a regular brand coffee? I did. My perfect morning is ruined. All because of your shit coffee. If only we could have good coffee.
You sure this is allowed for TV?
I love their stupid cardboard animals.
It's the Bright Falls blended organic coffee from Old Deer Diner. Oh,
Just
wow.
perfect.
I heard that the health benefits of this coffee include increased energy, improved
true. They're so majestic.
Better lovemaking and deeper connection
Excuse
to
me?
animals. With a thermos full of hot coffee.
Do not give
close
this
at hand,
coffee
you
to
are
a moose.
always
It will
prepared for
fucking die. It
kill
will
the
have a
moose.
heart attack.
I feel like $1 million. Thanks, oh dear Diner Coffee. Bright Falls blend organic coffees brewed with care right here in the Pacific Northwest from coffee beans that are sourced locally in Puerto Rico. Try it today at Coffee World and the Old Deer Diner, and don't forget to try the delicious brunch special this month.
Not
only
the
for
Deerlicious
Deer Fest.
brunch special.
Eagle soaring around in the background. Oh, beautiful.
Oh, I love those. We do need to go back to the sheriff's station and see if we can see the one that we missed. I don't know if it's still gonna play, but I just knocked everything over. I can't believe I've done this. If you want to look at the boys.
Old gods of Asgard. So Odin and Thor had a band and everything.
Yeah!
Who's the other member?
Who is this man?
Why does no one ever say?
We don't talk about him anymore. What does that say? Don't touch. Don't touch that. Don't do it. Ooh. Valhalla Nursing Home was established in 2014 by the Old Gods Foundation. Originally built in 1965 by an unknown architect for the Finnish filmmaker Thomas Zane, this manor is steeped in artistic history. I met Odin and Tor Anderson in 2012 in a strange trip that resulted in strange new friendships. Y'all were getting high, is what that means. Yeah. I was honored to manage their band as they made their comeback, touring the country and producing revolutionary new music. However, all good things must come to an end. Valhalla is a place of rest. In that spirit, I hope this building will serve as a place where people can spend their golden years in peace and comfort. May it be a home to those who need one. Welcome to Valhalla. Barry Wheeler!
Barry!
Our boy! Wow, weird that one's empty.
Oh, thought I'd lost you. Here's some of our residents, or as I like to call them, our little Vikings.
She
Look who swung by, everyone.
kind of looks like Rose.
Yeah.
Norman, we have a visitor. Where
Norman!
are your clothes?
Oh, wait, no, we've seen this man before.
Sauna with Artie.
Okay, this is fine. He's not in any
Just
worse
another
state of
day in
undress than he was
Valhalla.
before. Stop
I should
moving.
really get back to
I
work,
want to read your
Saga.
name tag.
But feel free to spend some time with Mandy May and
He's
May.
shoving you all over the
It's good
dang
for them.
place.
Yeah. Where you going here?
Tor and Odin are here somewhere. Need to find them.
I'm definitely not snooping. Don't mind me. Give me that. That is Rose!
Yeah, she's...
But she was at the diner and she was wiggly?
Yeah, she was real weird though.
Thor and Odin are resting and can't have guests. Is Thor okay? Rose, do you just work everywhere? New choices for conversations.
The whole have been watching her, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, they think she's wiggled.
I mean...
Artie, this is your home. You don't need to keep cleaning.
Move.
I take that mop away, but I know you'll just find it again.
Kyllä, kyllä. Mutta once after being told no. Why rest when you are poor to work? Eikö niin?
And you know Mr. Blum doesn't like it when you take his work clothes. Why don't you go pick a song from the jukebox?
Yes, box Olli Ray. Just thinking about it makes my dance foot waggle. Kyllä.
I love Auntie so much.
So good.
What are you gonna choose, buddy? Is it the coconut song? But that's okay. We'll talk to Ozzy in a hot second. Talk to Ozzy.
Sorry, Saga. That area is for staff only.
Well, fuck you, Rose. I am the police. Searching for items real quickly.
Planning to go watch the Deer Fest parade, Mandy May?
And sit in a crowd of noisy drunks all day? I'd rather stick this knitting needle in my ear.
Jesus! What are you
That's
knitting?
some Fascinating knitwork, Mandy May. What's your inspiration?
Oh, I don't know. It is what it wants to be. Taking a break from making those little ornaments for Rose. Do you knit?
I dabbled.
Rose
when I was
100%
pregnant.
Yep.
put those
Socks,
lunchboxes
mittens,
out.
the
Yep,
usual stuff.
confirmed.
Oh, how about knitting me some underwear?
One more crude remark from you, Norman, and I'll put this needle in your ear.
But just you got her.
I love Mandy May. I love
Do
Mandy
either of
May.
you know where I could find Tor and Odin?
Odin is sleeping upstairs, but your grandpa's been acting crazy. He
Yeah.
got electrocuted when he smashed the telephone.
Oh,
Don't
jeez.
make up stories. Tor went loopy and smacked himself in the head with that hammer he's always carrying around.
Tor is hurt. Something's wrong with him.
I mean,
That's
Was
relatively
Tor
plausible.
hurt badly?
yeah.
He never let go of that hammer when he got electrocuted. It looked like a bolt of lightning hit him. Wham! Zap!
Thank goodness Blum took the hammer away from him. It's not Tor's hammer, no matter what he keeps saying. Blum has his moments, even if he is a Russian.
Mandy May, you can't say stuff like that.
Okay, maybe Mandy's not that great, but this guy, Norman.
I thought Artie put on a wonderful performance this afternoon.
But you're always calling him.
I wanted to save Aunty's conversation for last because he's the
You
best.
said I'd been here before. When was the last time I visited? Let's see exactly what she thinks she remembers.
Oh, it's been years. We were all so sad when you left. After the accident.
Oh,
Why is
fuck
she
this.
looking at me like
My
that?
daughter didn't drown. You're remembering wrong. She's at home watching Night Springs with her father.
Mm-hmm.
It's useless. I need to stop the story. What's in the wellness center?
Oh, that's where we provide our health services to the residents. We have a rehab facility, dining area, and beds for special round-the-clock care. To stay young, stay limber.
Mandy May and Norman said Tor is hurt. Why didn't you mention that earlier?
Oh, you mean the little bump on his noggin? It's nothing. The residents like to exaggerate.
Uh-huh. I need to check Tor's room.
Rose, I swear to God, if you hurt
This
my
is-
boy.
The song about the witch's cabin from the first one.
Yep.
Hello there. Saga Anderson.
Hey, Pasin, name won't make the man worse. Even a Swedish name. I'm Ahti.
I'm trying to make it so that Auntie is louder than the jukebox.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, maybe we give that a minute. It's gotta be done soon, right? Right.
Let's go now while it's in a lull.
Anything good on that jukebox?
We try to do good, but only Prime comes out. Music from my Swedish brothers, old gods of Asgard. My pals, the Berkele Vikings. Berkele.
Do you know where I could find the Andersons?
Oh, you can never know where. Only a seaman can know that. But even the seaman can't know everything.
Fair enough. Thanks anyway. Were you in the band?
Minäkö? No. Perkele saatana, en ollut en. Not so much sweet that it fills the whole stomach. But we have shared a stage or two.
Thank you, Auntie.
Love you, Ash.
A cool guy.
It's coming down like from the ass of Esther.
Thank you, buddy. I feel like that she's just allowed me in here with my whole arsenal. Wandering around the old folks' home with a fucking sawed-off shotgun. Fine. I should probably pull this back out.
This is Tor's room.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, buddy. What? Bolts. We can take that. Oh, good in
More
here.
moonshine. Was this a drunken rampage? This place is a mess. And Tor's not here. I need to keep looking.
No, that's just a pull handle. Okay, never mind. Thought it was a cult symbol.
They are in the cult.
Yeah. I mean, we assume so.
I know it was.
They were hanging out
slightly
with
vague about it.
The weird cultists.
Yeah.
Safe to assume.
They're at least cultists.
Excuse me,
Right.
miss, but you don't see me barging into your room while you're
I'm sorry,
performing
ma'am.
mental and physical strengthening exercises, do you?
You got this.
I thought not.
Sorry. Don't mind me.
And now I have to start over.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Donna. I didn't mean it.
And you stole a bullet.
It was just a trauma pad.
Oh, okay.
Odin's
Hey.
in bad shape.
What
He
happened
was
here?
drunk and watery. Or is this something more serious? That woman in the painting looks like Mom.
Babe
Was I
Saga.
born here?
I
Or is this more of the story?
Smallest Saga. What's this? What is this? What do we got here? Sea of Night. Drink from the cup of the wise one. For wisdom to be a seer. I gave up my eye and the light of the moon to shine and see. The many worlds, the madness and beyond, across the dark dreaming sea, the branching paths of the tree, gave up my eye so many times. We have lived and died and been reborn. We have met here before, and we'll keep on meeting still. Where did I put my eye? For a time, I gave it to Mimir to drink from the well of wisdom, the cauldron. 1976, took it out myself to see, drank the moonshine. 1988, he who stands on the threshold took it from me. Time will come again to be writ again. Hey, you should probably stop doing that.
Can you hear me, Odin? Odin Anderson? Can you hear me? I need to ask you a couple of questions. Odin?
Hi, it's me, Saga. No. I wonder if he's been drugged.
He's in no shape to talk.
That's fun. Could have been Rose.
I mean, 100%.
Odin's in rough
I don't think this is the hangover.
What happened to him?
Yeah, we were talking to you earlier.
These are our twilight years. There's darkness in the water. We have our little tricks. And so do you.
What's happening?
Whoa!
It's never felt this way before.
You're all grown up, Saga, dearest. And you're back just in time. The forces of darkness are eating away at us. We're too old and weak. You have the power in you, like all Andersons.
What was that? He wasn't a projection. Odin was really here. We were connected. Are they really my family?
Is this the power of the Andersons?
Is that why this is happening?
Whoa! Okay.
I found a photograph of you with the cultists. How are you
That's
involved?
Munlock. Let's go.
We're too old for this brand of crazy, but we'll drink with anyone who's offering. The cult's been on our asses to join for years, but we already have our band, and those damn fools don't know what they're dealing with. No wonder they want a pair of legends.
Tor and Odin are not part of the cult. The cult thinks there's something special about Tor and Odin.
That's because there is.
Yeah.
I'm starting to see it too.
Also, I like that we could still see the picture with like everything lit up in the
I've
cutscene.
never connected
Cool.
to someone like this in my mind place before. How is this happening?
I was glad to answer your call. Vikings are born travelers. You are a seer. You can see the truth.
Oh yeah.
But your grandpa will want to tell you more himself. Wouldn't want to
Just a
steal
nice little
his
detail.
thunder. Tor is in danger. You can save
Oh,
him.
bud, your pupil should
Is
be
my
that
mind plays
dilated.
more than just a mental technique? Sometimes my mind place even baffles me.
You've been using magic to solve crimes this whole time.
Right?
Like, this isn't a normal thing to be able to do.
See, back at Quantico, everyone's talking about using the Mind Palace, but nobody's been very specific about it, so she just kind of assumed this was what it was like for everyone.
What's going on?
Darkness is drawn to the spark. Tor only thinks with his hammer, never his head. The Prince of fucking Darkness is making a comeback. Tor's marked by darkness. I can feel it. Is he in his room? It wants to take him, and then take me. Beware of Cynthia Weaver. Bad things happen in the wellness center. Don't let her drag him under, Saga.
Does
I
Prince
thought
of
Weaver
Darkness
was
refer to Scratch?
the
Is
light
Tor
lady,
becoming
lamp
taken?
lady.
Yeah.
I need to find him before it's too late.
Is she bad now?
Stop this before more people get hurt.
Yeah, run into it.
I found Wake's
Yeah.
clicker. What can you tell me about it?
Cut off from Tom's lamp. It washed to the shore. Good work getting the light switch. The light switch is like an amp. You can play rock and roll without it, but you won't blow anyone away. Art, like Tom's writing, can change the world. But the light switch will crank that change to 11.
The clicker has the power to change the story. To save Logan. This confirms what Wake said. I can't let Scratch get his hands on the clicker. By Tom's writing, Odin must mean Wake.
I mean,
I guess she doesn't. No one's mentioned Tom's end to her yet.
yeah. Although we do have
You did see the name downstairs.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. She's not gonna remember that. Do they know anything about the clicker? Yes. That's more information about the clicker. That's clicker done.
Wake's writing changed reality. Can I trust him with that much power? Not sure I have a choice.
That's because the clicker is an Thor is in danger. Thor had some kind of accident. Thor's bedroom has been trashed.
Tor is not
He's
okay.
Tor okay. Yeah, I could have told you that.
Definitely going on here.
Is there anything else that we can fill out? Oh god, there's so many. Do it. I'm just gonna keep filling these out. Connection to Thor and Odin. We have a picture of our mom. And that's everything there. Cult of the Tree. While the cult has been trying to recruit them for years, he and Odin rejected all of their offers. Would that be... There was one for Thor and Odin, wasn't there? Yeah, there it is. That finishes their section. Well, it doesn't finish their section, but we do at least have confirmation they're not cult members. Still don't necessarily think the cult is inherently bad. Who left? Well, Mandy May's been making the thing. Lunchbox found in Bright Falls. Lunchbox found in Bright Falls. Lunchbox found in Bright Falls. Oh boy. That's everything that we can do there for right now. Can't do any more weapon upgrades. Profiling is done for the time being. And that's everything there. That's the thing there. Okay. We gotta find our boy. Someone creeping at the end of the hallway. I'm sure it's fine.
It's fine. Tomorrow will be eggs, toast, grapefruit, orange juice, tea, coffee. Service stops at 9. Lunch at 11. Tomorrow is borscht with oyster crackers. The other choice is stewed beef. I will have borscht. Cranberry juice or water is served as well. Service stops at 12:30.
Good job, Donna. We can continue upstairs.
All but blown. Meant to replace it days ago.
Cynthia? Recreation room. We've not been in here. We've not been in here, but there's a deer!
Been in here.
Pastures now.
Deer. We must check with Mind Palace deer.
4 remaining.
Wow. We're pretty alright. Where are the others? Quick save. Shoebox. Well, I guess we could probably... I want to take the crossbow out now that we've got items for it, but I have a lot of space.
So much space, yeah.
We'll put these away for right now.
Yeah, we know we actually have the weapon.
You know what, we'll keep these. And that can go away.
You reload your dang crossbow to have 2 bolts.
I think you need to quick slot that. Reload.
She doesn't want to reload.
Wonder if I'm not allowed to in here.
Yeah, you're very close to in on inventory space though.
Yep. Get rid of one or more of those. I really haven't even tried to use that, so we'll get that out of there.
A little bit healthier.
Okay. Yeah.
Hoping for another inventory space upgrade.
Right. They gave us quite a few to start with. Museum and Hall of Fame for the old gods of Asgard. Hello?
Very old. The
I shouldn't
government built
interrupt
a
you.
bunker during World War II to watch the ocean for Axis navies and who knows what else. Ever since they sealed the bunker, it's been a hot spot for teens. The Ocean View Motel and Spa, they call it. Ironically, I believe. They go there to enjoy their beer and their vapes. And
Sorry if any of this is coming out on the microphone. It's beyond that.
The future is
very annoying.
So, the teens would drink there, do other stuff that isn't appropriate content for you listeners at home, but the bunker has a tendency to flood, especially during the
Half
winter.
of the year?
In the 90s, a group of teens went down there one Saturday night and got a little drunker than usual. The teens noticed one girl, Nora Hesberg, was missing. They figured she just went home. When Nora's folks didn't find her in her bed the next morning, they called the police. The authorities, they searched the bunker and found poor Nora floating in one of the flooded passages. She had a real talent for music.
Connected to anything.
Folks say they still
Oh.
hear her singing in the nursing home. Nowadays, teens think the bunker is haunted. That doesn't stop them from going there. The police have tried to lock it up, but you know young people, they're persistent. Now, as for myself, an impartial journalist, I have lived here at the Valhalla Nursing Home for 5 years, and in that time I have never heard Nora's singing. just the humming of a certain neighbor of
Eating the
mine
microphone,
who
Pat.
has an inexplicable love for Finnish tango.
Good? Hey, friend. Can we talk?
Talk about Finnish tango?
Your favorite thing ever? No. Okay. Love you, buddy. Just to confirm.
Pat?
It's Pat. We can't go in there.
This will put a smile back on your face, my dear.
Sorry?
Will it? Oh!
She's one of them. There must be an overlap here somewhere.
We do love Pat. Pat is very good.
Genuinely adore Pat.
He's precious. And perfect. Also, there's a scary lady around here now. Also, I saw that little symbol on that door. But first, a first aid kit. Andy May's room.
Oh, hey, she's been in.
All those things for Rose.
Yeah?
Alright. Cool. All that's in there. Norman. Gale.
Might have been this lady that attacked the Andersons.
Yeah.
Rose is probably on our side, right?
I mean, she is the one that's putting out the things.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm still not fully convinced by Rose.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's going on with Rose.
Get to the other side. Note to self, hide the thing with a nice little riddle like this better than any actual lock. Who's this? Norman. Norman, what are you hiding? That's my question. Nothing in here. Okay. This is locked. That's Cynthia's room. That's Gale's room. May. Ati! Weird that his is right next to this
also,
one.
yeah, spiral room.
Getting in is forbidden. For your
Jesus
own
fuck.
safety. Time is long for those who wait. But in the end, stand the thanks.
Sheesh. Didn't see you there.
You want to talk? Nope. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, Ati.
It's probably the overlap.
Yeah.
I think comments at you that were cool.
Hey, Adi, I'm cool. Is that good enough? I'm making a lot of noise, little buddy. Hey, how do we knock Rose out and steal her card? That's my question.
Tor's in the wellness center, isn't he?
No, he's... Well, yes, but you really shouldn't go in there right now.
Why not?
I'm gonna need you to unlock the door. This is FBI business.
It's just... There's some things that,
It's all the lunch boxes. She's very embarrassed about the lunch boxes.
Yes, okay. I'll let you in.
Thank you, Rose.
Thank you, Rose. Door?
Come on.
There.
Hey!
Watch
Hello.
out. For puddles. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
Right.
Thanks.
That's not
That
ominous.
lady is a walking red flag.
Alright. Well, it's fine. It's bright and beautiful outside. This is actually like a really lovely place.
Yeah, it's great.
I'd like to hang out
Cool,
here.
yeah.
Great. Ah. Okay. I know where we are. Oh god, it's dark.
Have a puddle.
Ward reception, examination, patient room, rehabilitation, dining room, dispensary. Okay.
Dark. Empty. Be ready, Saga.
Get back there. That doesn't open. This is a nice place right here, though. That's lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, what's in here? First aid kits. Well, not, but you know.
I'm not sure that qualifies as first aid.
It's fine.
It's kind of the opposite of first aid.
Hello? Tor?
Go ahead. That's...
It's Saga Anderson.
Hello? Am I gonna have to kill Tor? Because I'm gonna be real upset about that if that's the case. But he might be taken, which might be why he's in here. Nothing. My god. Anything in there?
That lady was taken, and I let her just walk around the nursing home.
Maybe they didn't know she was taken. She made it less obvious than our darling grandfather. I should run and use the restroom real quick, actually. So we're gonna do that. And I'm not even gonna, like, switch to the BRB screen, because I will be very quick. And Fruity can stay here if you want. If you want.
I'm still here. I'm gonna go get a biscuit. Now, come back and everyone can hear me eat a biscuit. I got a biscuit. Kish made cookies, and I love them, and Kish hates them, so I get to eat all of them. Kish hates them. Can't stand them. Can't look at them even. And I am English, so I do need a biscuit. It is a requirement for me. Oh, we all miss Felton. What a guy. It's fine, he's happier in an open manhole on fire.
Oh, jeez.
Can't disappoint anyone there.
This seems fine. And okay. Alright.
Talking about a bloody Felton. Felton Colbert.
What's this?
He's hurt pretty bad.
What?
But he tore off his bandages.
The myth, the legend.
Tor was here.
Can I read this? Doc! Rosalie found Mr. Anderson knocked out on the floor by phone. Burns on hand and cut on head. Was out cold, so brought him here. Been acting strange all week. Take good care. He is VIP. VB. Who's that?
Don't know, VB.
They were talking about somebody with the last name Blum? But I don't remember if that's Rose or not. I don't remember Rose's last name. Who gurgle? Someone gurgle?
That was me.
Oh, God. You gurgle.
He's gurgling biscuits over here.
Horrible.
Not good.
That is
sense.
the manor? I don't know that I have the map for here just yet. So we're gonna go back to ward reception and see if I missed it. Because that seems incredibly plausible.
Getting a little spooky in here.
Just a little. This is what some of the hospitals I went to when I was working at the eye bank felt like. Like, the normal part of the hospital. Not even the morgue.
Tor, wait!
Those
It's
are
me!
naturally just kind of
creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I find them to be okay if they're well lit. However, many of them weren't at times. And it was like, hey, I need to see. Please let me see. Move that there, because this is now just the health corner. I guess I could do this. Wait, nope.
This is why the bolts.
And that's where crossbow goes. If we put it away, that's why there's that gap there. I know what I'm doing, kind of. Okay, we're good on everything else. So let's do one more quick save. And I still don't have the map, which kind of sucks.
Well,
I didn't see it at reception, though.
I didn't see it.
Oh,
well,
come on.
Okay.
An electric lock.
Rude old woman.
Looks like it's controlled remotely.
Lady.
Yes. I've done physical therapy. I know what this is. Hello? That's the way that we came from. We've been in there. And then this is where we saw... This is not where we saw Tor. Tor went... I think through the door that we just went. Someone is...
Physical therapy.
Yeah. For lots of things. Not just broken bones. It's dark in here, and it shouldn't be.
Have you ever broken a bone?
I've broken my toe, but I didn't need physical therapy for that.
Yeah. That probably hurt an awful lot, but it doesn't quite count.
I broke my toe on a gurney.
Oh yeah, you said.
Because it rolled over my foot because
the eye bank.
The brake didn't work. And that sucked a whole lot. Yeah, that was an eye bank injury. That was cool. Is it over here? No, because that's locked.
I've never broke any bones.
Oh, fancy. I can hear honking, I think, from in here.
Yeah, it sounds like.
I can't get in there. And that is an electronic lock. You want me to go back to talk to Rose? No, you just want me to find Tor in the wellness center. Well, I can't. It's all the places that I need to look are locked. There's no connecting door in there. Hey Rose, you want to give me your little key card? I'll give it right back. Promise. Oh, it's gotten bad out here very fast.
Oh yeah. That's in quick.
Oh. Everyone's gone. Devious.
Have you seen the way Tor's been slobbering over Cynthia? He's like a horny teenager.
What's wrong with a little romance at our age?
Y'all... The fact that she is knitting in the dark is incredibly impressive. Rose, are you in here? I mean, this is your office, obviously, because, you know, who else would keep an Alan Wake shrine? Okay, maybe this isn't what we do. I might just be a little turned around, that's all. So we'll go back
I've got scratchy with the tool.
Was it left-hand wall?
You know,
Just a really good guess.
stick to that left-hand wall, like lead you to victory.
Is that the map?
You're a thing though. It's a map.
Found the map. We have found the map. This is gonna change everything.
Why was that map? It was on the left-hand wall. Did it change everything by crashing the game? Okay, no, it's fine.
It just takes forever to load. Okay, please load. Load.
Is it cash in it?
No, it's just a regular container. Oh. Okay, so we have a lot of locked doors.
Full of flares.
I don't see any flares. I don't know what you're talking about. Weird.
I must have been confused. Never mind. Disregard.
Yeah, so
I think like flop.
I tried this container, but I don't. That's not. It doesn't usually have, you know, important key items. And it has marked actual keys if we've walked past them previously. There's the container.
Oh,
cool.
It's nothing.
Great. Wonderful. Love that. Perfect. Fantastic. Sorry, it's gonna take forever to load. Okay. These all need a key card of some sort to go through.
Struggle with loading the map.
Yeah.
Oh, we can go through from the rehabilitation room
there.
to the office?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be it.
Didn't think I saw another door. Can't go in there. That's not rehab.
I didn't see
there.
So the map is.
True. There it is. Okay. Can I unlock this now? Yeah, I can. Hello? Anything I can steal? I mean, reappropriate? Give me lots of, safe lights.
Helpful objects here that you can't prove weren't used in crime.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to take this in for evidence.
Yeah.
Oh, this is fine. Hello? Oh, nice. Took you a second to load in. Very cramped bathroom.
This door needs a knob.
Never mind.
It needs a knob.
Gotta steal a doorknob. Nothing in here? Yeah, you do. Doug. Before I do that, May 5th, full moon. May 12th, third quarter. May 19th, new moon. I think this might be something we need for a puzzle.
Oh,
gives off that vibe.
We got on the board.
Right. 1508. Hurrah! My acceptance letter has arrived. I am one of the gang now.
We're done?
Yeah. The boring old Vlad. Hello to the exciting new man about town, Vlad. I will buy vodka and herring to celebrate. This month will change everything. Or everything will change, excuse me. I take care of the dead raccoon over by the bunker. It smelled very bad. Not good for my hangover. Oh, buddy. Vlad Blum.
Right, that's BB.
Yeah.
The Koskela brothers aren't just in the cult. They're its damn leaders.
I mean,
not surprising.
Yeah, we kind of figured at this point. You've been accepted into the prestigious ranks of the most hallowed organization. As such, you will join our noble cause and be privy to our most guarded secrets. The ceremony will take place the day after the next new moon, as is tradition. Okay, next new moon after 8th is August, isn't it? Yeah, August 15th. May, June, July, August. First new moon?
Wait, the day after the new moon? No, yeah, the ones that are red, I think. Okay, maybe not the ones that are red.
No. take place the day after the next visit. Okay, so the
17th? It is Mac on the calendar.
Yeah.
With a red circle. I know.
August 16th is the new moon, so it'd be the 17th.
Yeah.
Needs a password. And a warrant, technically. But hey.
No
desperate
warrant.
times.
This would be... He did day and then month. So it would
1708?
be... Yeah. But that's so many...
Yeah, but on the first one it only took 4 and then it did it. On the one in the house. Okay, no, it does actually one more on that. Yeah? Yeah.
And the
Unlock doors.
Are open.
Great. Where's this? Oh. Tor, you good? Hey, buddy.
Shit!
Oh, it's fine. Oh! Oh, it's not fine! Oh, it's not fine! Oh, it's very not fine.
Oh, cancel the effect. Huh.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hated that.
That's very cool.
Oh. Oh. My God. Nice to see that they're expanding on what kind of monsters they're giving us now. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to have some horrible abomination come at me like that. Oh boy. Also found Mittens homemade, notebook full of daily meal plans, a nice fountain pen, an antique hair clip. Very pretty. Dress inquiries to your friend Rose. Found a box of ammo for a hunting rifle in the cafeteria. Rose, I think you left some behind again. Why is Rose leaving ammo places? You really should be more careful. Take a tip from Vlad, a fellow weapon enthusiast. Always lock it up. Come collect it from me whenever you can. I bought that tea you said you liked. I can make you a cup if you want. Said he locked it up. Where?
Need a bloody rifle.
Yeah, but...
Well, we need boxes of rifle ammo. Unless they're gonna throw.
This must have been Tor's.
Oh, gee.
Oh, it's an actual hammer this time.
Yeah, sometimes it's a funny
little like
squeaky mallet.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking, which is why when they were like, oh, he like hurt himself with the hammer, I was like, did he?
I'm pretty sure the one he hit the nurse with wasn't the funny squeaky hammer.
Yeah. No, he fucking decked her. Hope she's recovered from that.
For being bad.
It's true.
They'll be bad?
They'll be bad. Bad, you're gonna get the hammer. What's in here? Anything? No. Okay.
Rifle?
Tor Anderson, you come out of here this minute.
Where are our captions?
Tor, wait!
Where were the captions for Rose?
Cynthia
So
Weaver,
Tor.
I know it's you. This kind of behavior is not okay. Let him go, Tor!
I think we found the connection to the overlap.
Yeah. Squiggly does. How Atty gets back to the
to the
bureau.
oldest house.
Yeah.
Hey Rose, how you doing, buddy? Before I check on you, I'm just gonna take a quick peek. Don't mind me. Just a quick little look around for manuscripts. Great. Still don't have bolt cutters. I assume we're gonna get them here though, because there have been a lot of things to clip with bolt cutters here, specifically. Yeah, Rose, sorry. See, there's more. It's a lot, is the thing. Hey, Rose, what happened to Cynthia?
What was that?
Well, I guess what happened to
Where
Tor,
did Tor
but...
go?
What on earth do you mean, Saga? Tor is resting in the wellness center. Remember?
What? We both saw him go into the pond.
Okay.
Are you fucking with me, or is this the story again?
Not this gaslight girl boss bullshit from Rose.
She is fucking with you.
She's clearly lying to me. Why?
Oh. Rose, you're gonna fucking tell me what's going on.
Why is she lying to me? The secret mission for Alan's #1 fan. The hero will say Wake has returned. We're all characters in his story. Gee whiz.
I'm not his fucking character. But I can use
Saga, you kind of are.
Stop lying to me. Wake has returned. Cynthia took Tor. What happened to her?
When the darkness touches your head, your bookshelf gets shuffled. I put her lamp in the shoebox. What do you call a lamp lady without her lamp?
Just a lady.
Is Rose talking about Cynthia or herself? Or both?
You turned a lamp lady into lady. Check this word real quick.
I already took care of all this.
Okay, great. It'll just do all of that.
Figured all this out already.
Yep.
So this goes here, and that goes there.
You know, at least it doesn't make me do it after I've solved everything.
Tor disappeared into the pond. It's another overlap. Has to be. How do I get inside?
What gave it away? All the red? Okay. Let's get one done. Cult initiation letter. That would be Ilmo and Yako. And Vlad is now his own thing. Confirmed cult member. Marigold is Rose's last name. I saw it on the board. Flower.
Rick has returned.
Oh my god. You're the hero! You're here to save Alan! I feel so silly for trying to keep you out of the wellness center. I locked Tor and Gale in there after they lost it, and I didn't want you getting hurt. Before I forget, here's the page Wake told me to give you. Oh, and you'll need my keys to get around.
Oh my god, perfect. That was really fucking creepy still, though.
Saga jabbed the selector on the jukebox, the missing record in its place. Saga couldn't have found it without Odin's help. A light bloomed in through the garden window.
The horror story beat me to Tor. I have to rescue him.
Well, before we do any of
the key to this overlap is an old
Excuse
Gods
me?
of Asgard record.
Walked around that corner.
Oh.
Hello?
Let's see what's going on.
Okay. You know, they just like peered over here and then like walked past. I wanna
Got it.
What I was trying to say before man scared me. I want to try and unlock some of the stuff now that we've got Rose's key.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll probably need to do it anyway because we gotta find this record, but we gotta talk to Odin to find it, probably.
Said we could profile him.
Yeah, that's talking to him now, I guess. Because you know he takes our seat and hangs out with him here. Anderson moonshine. Trashed hotel rooms and ruined pools. Crowds go wild for the Old Gods of Asgard Ragnarok tour. Rock and roll group Old Gods of Asgard are leaving chaos in their wake as they plow through the major U.S. cities on their aptly named Ragnarok tour. The band is breaking their sales records with singles topping the charts and had their latest sold-out concert in Long Beach, California. The band showed their love for the Reckless Rockers by showering the stage with lacy unmentionables, black roses, and even full beer bottles. None of this phased the stars themselves, who embraced the admiration and transition from song to song with such gusto that the audience was left catching their breath, eager to keep up with the brothers Anderson and their cohorts. Who were their cohorts? After-hour shenanigans for the musicians included a pool in a private residential neighborhood left to be emptied and sanitized, and a hotel room nearly destroyed in a classical fashion, not to mention the lengthy room service bill gone unpaid. All things point to this band quickly becoming a strong contender for the iconic Hall of Fame rock groups that came before them. Old Gods of Asgard party like their namesakes and give a performance like no other. Be sure to catch them on their tour and bear witness to rock history in the making. Bob was too beautiful a soul for this world. Is this their other band member? I was gonna not read this, but now I have to.
Yeah.
Legendary heavy rock band.
Throwing at the tall guy?
Knocked over the pop filter.
Kicking him, throwing stuff at him.
No.
You scooped him like a chicken.
I scooped him earlier.
Scooped him twice. You were brutal.
It was not. The legendary heavy rock band Old Gods of Asgard mourns the loss of their divinely talented guitarist, Bob Balder. Fat Bob, as he was affectionately and ironically called, died from complications of a severe illness. Leaving his bandmates Odin and Tor Anderson behind, the peace-loving musician will be sorely missed, also by the band's numerous fans. When asked about his loss, Tor Anderson had this to say: "Get the expletive out of my face! Balder is in Valhalla now. He fought cancer like a hero." Bob was too beautiful a soul for this world, added Odin. What this means for the band and their upcoming album remains to be seen. Who's making scary noises over there?
Oh, Odin and Bob, the Old Gods of Asgard.
Music, especially rock and roll, is the ancient language of the soul, man. It's in me, it's godly, and it'll come out like a censored thunderstorm. That's me making noises. Okay. It's missing. Cynthia,
Anger's
you
remorse.
bitch.
This is the one. But it's
By
gone.
the Old Gods of Asgard.
Cynthia has the record.
Well,
She will tell me where to find it.
we'll talk to you in a minute, Odin. I'm sorry. I just have to look around. Wow, Cynthia's not looking great.
No.
Oh boy. And I think the last of the rooms were upstairs. That's Mandy Mae's
I
room.
think we're done now.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Auntie. Heard
Do
of
you
Cult
know
of the Tree?
anything about the cult of the tree?
Yes, yes. He who reaches for a spruce tree will stumble into a juniper. Bloom was one of them. He has kicked empty. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes, but I like his shoes.
How did you know Bloom was part of the cult?
Oh, Fox never runs out of tricks. He's a crazy man, and he will show his ways. Bloom like to talk.
Him so much.
I found an empty record sleeve. Do you know where the record inside went?
Oh, the matter is not my business. Mutta niin, sanotaanko vaikka, että but she who steals a needle steals a nail. Wonders of the modern world. Music captured on vinyl, on tape. What will they come up with next? Mitähän ne vielä keksi? I'm a man of the old union.
Alright, thanks, Auntie. Fish. Auntie, please. Not you do. For holiday.
Actually, does seem like someone who go fishing.
Yeah. I'm gonna take your things, Ati. I hope you don't mind. No. Yeah. 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 I don't know why that broke my brain for a second, but it did. No.
I get the feeling you're not going to be able to open that.
But what if I could?
Feeling Rose's key will work on that door.
Tragic. Let's scoop. Those are some crackers. And mac and cheese. Ooh. Why are we drinking in here? It's fucking true. Horrible pizza.
You just leave awful pizza around everywhere and not eat the pizza.
I mean, to be fair, it looks really bad.
Yeah, but that needs thrown away. It needs to go.
True.
It's not going to get any better if you just leave it out.
Let's go ahead and talk to everyone just real fast.
Our shame becomes the pale horse. Oh, Tor, bro. Tor's love for you is in that song. That's why Cynthia wants it, to ruin him. She made Tor lust after her. We fought one scratching hag years ago. Now he's fallen for another, and we might lose him for good. One less Anderson.
That isn't going to happen. Cynthia has Tor in the overlap. Angus' remorse is the key to get there. I need to make Cynthia reveal its location.
We're gonna save him. Okay.
Game was just
that was a little scary.
A missing record.
Just
Do you know where it is, Logan?
Driven by passion, raging like a storm. Your grandfather made the song to apologize to your mother, Freya, and to you. Tor's like a storm. Your mother did the right thing,
well, he's gonna be
leaving with you, even if it broke your grandfather's heart and mine. Listen to the song, Saga. It's all there. Tor only had one record made. He keeps it in the museum.
Yeah,
Odin knows my mom's name.
We looked there.
He's saying my mom took me away when I was still a baby. Plausible.
Yeah.
Stay on task. The record is in the museum.
He's Farrell.
Yeah, he is. My God, is Farley burring. Okay, let's
Cynthia targeted Tor specifically.
talk to Cynthia real.
Why him?
Deal with the nasty Anderson fellow. His heart was broken. Cancelled. Leaks started appearing. It was too late. Shut her out of her own case.
The Dark Presence is using Cynthia to keep me from talking to Tor. Where is Angus' remorse now?
I guess we do have to be kind of careful about going around being like, oh, this is all FBI business now since the FBC took over, huh?
If they tell the FBI on us, we'll get in trouble.
We get in so much trouble.
She has the record.
So
I
much
can get it
dang
out of her.
trouble. Where is it?
Angus' remorse. Where is it, Cynthia?
Drowned beneath dark water. Too many hands. The bathroom frightened her. Cut short. She screamed. An old folks' care home.
We did
The Angus remorse
see
record
that
is
in
Cynthia's room.
Alan's
In her bathtub.
in Alan's place last time. We saw an old lady in a bathtub, but prior to that, we saw like a record at the bottom of a bathtub. And I didn't know who the old lady was, but it seems like it was Cynthia now. Understood. Can we... Yeah. Highlight that one, please. Case board, do you have anything new? probably. Oh god. Okay. Not computer password. Not Tor becoming taken. Cynthia and Tor. Cynthia wanted the record. Oh, I guess that's not part of the ritual. Never mind. Saga of the Selector, that's part of the ritual.
The page says the record will open the overlap. Or is the page predetermining it? Am I just playing into the story?
Just wiggling. He'll make himself comfy.
A bathtub. A
There he
pond.
Jumped up
A
very
lake.
suddenly, walked forward
There's
a
a
quarter of
theme
an
here.
inch, and then laid back down again.
Very important that he gets the exact right spot.
Yeah. Coffee in the exact.
Damn lights. Key fob's no good without power.
Fuck. Hi, Auntie. You scared me again.
No use crying in the dark place. What has been has gone. But trouble doesn't look like this. You can go to the basement and check the generator.
Can I?
But look out. You can never know in which tree the devil sits.
The
I was gonna
basement.
go in the special now.
Same.
Very excited.
Oh, that's fine. Basement. How do we get there?
Probably downstairs.
Yeah. But where?
Watch out for the devil.
But we love it.
Sitting in a tree.
It's a weird place for him to be hanging out, but you know, that's fine.
Devil can sit wherever he wants.
True.
Who's gonna tell him not to face the devil?
Okay. Map. Where are we here? He's so happy. Oh, who's this?
Huh.
That is someone outside. Who the fuck? Oh. Okay. It might have been Donna that I saw.
You
Stay on the
all
porch?
should stay out here a while. Until it's safe.
I'm happy to get out of that house. Isn't it strange that I've lived in Bright Falls my whole life and I can't remember this building?
The house has always been here, Norman. Remember when that poor Nora girl drowned in the bunker?
I do
Those
remember us
Andersons
reading
got
about that.
it
What
so
is
cheap because it's
wrong with her
haunted.
hands?
You get what you pay
Oh
for.
yeah.
Her hands are bloody? Hey,
That's not
Mandy?
good.
Hey, have you considered not knitting for a little bit? Your poor hands need a break, I think. Please, I just want to ask literally anyone
Is
anything.
there anyone who didn't show up?
A few. Archie, Gil, Cynthia.
If they aren't here by now, then they aren't coming. It's important to be punctual. On that
Well, we know where
topic,
Auntie
I'd like
is.
to point out that our
Yeah.
nightly decaf coffee service is almost half an hour behind
I think
schedule.
Cynthia might not be coming.
Where are you in? Okay, okay. So it's not just
Have
me
any of you
who's
noticed
noticed that.
anything
Saga
odd
is also
about
saw.
Ms. Weaver?
Just that Tor won't leave the poor woman alone. That brute wants one thing, and one thing only.
Cynthia's gotten downright bossy. Take a swim in the pond, Norman. Drink some water, Norman. Well, no
Norman's
one
legs are
tells
still not
Norman
looking great.
McDonald what to do.
Anyone else? I've heard your radio show.
Are you Pat Maine from the radio?
That's me. And you're the federal agent everyone's been talking about. Would you have time
Just
for
Farley
an
knocking
interview
things
at
over.
some point?
Oh, sorry. I'm kind of in a hurry right now. Love your show,
Have to
though.
do it.
Informative.
Thank you. Never compromise on quality. That's my motto. We'd be happy to have you on the show anytime. Me and my listeners.
If we get a chance, we'll stop by. You don't have anything else to say. You.
Mandy May, Are you all right? You're bleeding.
Oh, how did that happen?
Oh, no, Mandy May. Oh, no!
Oh, don't be a crybaby, Norman. It's nothing. I just poked my finger knitting this monster of a blanket.
Andy, I'm concerned about your hands.
Yeah.
They should not look like that.
Auntie said we'd be safe on the porch.
Safe from what?
I'm glad Auntie told everyone to come out here.
Drunken fits again.
Okay. Nice to know that the residents haven't all like vanished, because that's kind of what I was concerned was happening.
Yeah.
We need to possibly go to the pond?
We'll need to do the pond at some point.
Just trying to figure out where the record is. But they mentioned... Oh wait, we have to go to the basement.
Yeah, that's the basement. I don't know where the basement is, or if you have to go outside to get there.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to look for. And then we got distracted by the residents. I remember what was happening.
Yeah.
Lock the door. Point of interest. That's got to be the shrine. Basement is outside. All right. By the exit to the wellness center.
Yeah.
So there, I need to get back to where we're with Rose. Okay, we understand. I don't know where Rose is gone. I'm sure it's fine. She's got this under control, probably.
She has a rifle.
Somewhere. Oh no. Ah!
Oh.
It happened again.
It happened again.
6 minutes ago.
Ah, jeez.
Do we have to go to the conversations again?
I have to.
Okay. Ooh. I hate it when I fall through the world.
Has happened a couple of times.
Yeah. I wish I knew what was causing it. It's load? Just thinking really, really hard.
I've fallen through the wall too hard this time.
Program's not frozen, so it might just be thinking really hard.
Come on, Ellen, you can think about it. You got this.
Had this problem the last time we had to load a save. Whee! Look at that mouse go!
It's great.
Wow! Alan? There we go.
Hey!
I just had to think about threatening to close it. And it said, oh!
You're reaching for the buttons.
Yep. Alright. Yeah, it just needs to think about the loading screen, and then the loading screen needs to actually do its thing. This is fine. This section is much longer than I thought it was going to be. We'll probably call it soon.
It's been cool.
Yeah!
I really
I like it. It's very good. This game is really fucking good.
It's a little bit good.
I was expecting it to be, like, fairly short, honestly. Because it was only $50 on Epic, as opposed to the usual $60. And so I was like, oh, you know, they're charging a little less because it's gonna be a slightly shorter thing. Whatever, that's fine.
Real long.
It's
There's
real
so much game in this
long.
game.
Cynthia took the record, and I brought it back. Key fob's no good without power.
There we go. We're not that far back. I think all we need to do is talk to the residents again. Work real fast. Ugh, I gotta do these again. It can wait. Those can wait. That's fine. How's our profiling? Profiling.
Oh, we had an extra guy.
Yeah, we're missing Cynthia.
Oh, okay. Do we have to go in Cynthia's room?
I mean, that's what we just tried to do.
Oh, so, yeah, she looks.
And The
Turns off the thing, and then
power is out now.
Why is that? Did he come out and tell us?
He is there. Got a horrible smacking.
I thought he came out and told us that we should go to the basement. Have we got the objective to go to the basement yet?
Find Anger's remorse, search Cynthia's room,
Okay,
go to
says
the nursing
search
home,
basement.
repair. Yeah.
So we'll pass the conversation with that before everyone else.
Puddles? Weird.
Oh.
Everyone out here already. Yes.
Welcome to the
You all
Stay on
should
the
stay out here
porch.
a while.
Oops.
Until it's safe.
Or skip.
I'm
I can't-
happy to get
can't
out
skip.
of that
This
house.
is tragic. Oh, no, I
Isn't it
can.
strange that I've
Okay.
Is there
any other
anyone
residents?
who didn't show up?
I have to wait until she's asked a question to skip. Weird.
Have any of you
Tell me
noticed
about
anything
Cynthia Weaver.
odd about Ms. Weaver?
Just that Tor won't leave.
And then
Heard his show, and we've seen that her hands are bad.
Hello there.
yeah,
Are you Pat Maine from the radio?
Saga.
That's me. And you're the
Please.
federal...
And then your hands.
Mandy May, are you all right? You're bleeding.
Oh, how did that happen?
Really down her fingers. Real nasty.
Very concerning.
Put a bandage on that.
Right here, I got some trauma pads if you want them. I just want to check the map real fast to make sure we haven't missed anything.
When we get to the basement, we're going to go really slowly, so the game has loads of time to think about the floor existing.
It's true. Okay, yeah, we haven't missed anything. Let's. Where was there? Check the map again. There was a save spot in here somewhere, and I think it was on the first floor. Might have been upstairs in the recreation room.
Yeah, how long it takes to open the map.
That's a lot. Lounge.
Second
Floor. We're gonna go up there real fast and do a hard save so that we can maybe avoid having to talk to everyone again. G for manual save. This one. Okay. And then also just a quick save.
Two save situations.
Just in case. Okay. Back down to the basement. Hopefully not to the world's basement.
Yeah.
That would be preferable.
We want the basement to exist when we get there. Don't want to enter the void.
Yeah, void is a bad place for us to be. Okay, I stop running. Carefully open the
Taking
door.
it good and slow.
Okay, we'll let it load in all the way.
Yeah, I think you might have fallen out if you'd come before the weird blob was moved.
I think that might have been the issue, is it just hadn't loaded in all the way and we slipped through.
Through.
Shit.
Yeah.
I need to get the power back on.
What's up, Vlad? Where are you, Vlad?
Key fob's no good without power.
A lot of old gods of Asgard stuff down here.
A lot of that around in general.
Sorry, I heard someone. That's the generator that we need to turn on. Before we do that, see that this is a save zone. So we'll do a save. need to get rid of anything? Not really. We can get rid of those, though. Yeah.
Fuse is blown.
Yeah.
Maybe there's spares nearby.
Staple in horror games. It's not a horror game if there's not missing fuses. Ugh, gross.
I do like getting rid of flares though.
They betrayed me! I don't trust them!
Get 'em out of here.
It won't open.
I'm not arguing, I'm just saying it's very funny to me.
I don't trust them! They're rude. And horrible. Oh, we have 2 stacks of batteries! This never happens. Gross, spare fuse is now locked away because someone, Ati, keeps stealing them. Food is in the laundry room. Protect your belongings. Stay safe.
Why are you stealing fuses?
Because it's his job to use them.
Yes, it is.
You can't keep those away from him. He's the janitor. Get a lot of manuscripts. I do like another reason why I'm not checking them out like right away is because I know that like it's kind of the point, but it does sort of tell you what's coming up.
Yeah, that's true.
And like a lot of times it's not necessarily about the events that are currently happening coded in the laundry room. I don't know if that's where we currently are though. House of Zane, renowned filmmaker, establishes artist commune in Bright Falls. He even has a name picked out for the hotel, Ocean View Hotel. This reporter believes the name has a nice ring to it. Mr. Zane's dreams would certainly make Bright Falls a household name if they became a reality. Members of the commune clearly feel the same, seeing Zane as a person worth revering, even to a faintly cult-like degree. Person who guides his flock to expand their consciousness and reach a higher state of artistic inspiration with the aid of magic mushrooms. While the Bright Falls record does not condone the use of illegal drugs, we hope Mr. Zane will help put our town on the artistic map. Okay, sitting in the water? That is bad. Bad coach.
Bad basement. We're gonna grow new types of molds that have never been seen before.
Someone in
Horrible.
the bath there. In the dark. Dark water pressed itself into her. She screamed.
Oh, poor Cynthia. Can we unlock this now? Oh, our flashlight was just... Saga said, hold this! And the universe complied. Alright, so this is the laundry room. Code is 273. Rose, if you see this, please remind the residents to leave my stuff alone. I think they hate me. 273? 273.
5.96.
5.62.
Oh yeah. I wrote it down as well and I still forgot.
7. I've already forgotten.
273. Probably.
273.
273.
273. 273. I can't see what this says. 273. Fuse! Hey. We're gonna get attacked now?
A fuse. Could come in handy.
Ooh.
The power's
It'd
off.
be weird at this point if no one tried.
Right? Ooh. It's locked from this side, right? Go under here. Do need to remember to go back there though. Excuse me? Okay. Sam, can you not laugh at me? I'm trying my hardest. Fuse.
There. Power's back on.
And Oh, that was a note. Buy more fuses, many more crappy old equipment keeps blowing out. Many more crappy equipment keeps blowing out. There was a period in there.
Like a switch.
It just seems that everything's on now.
Huh.
Did want to check this out.
Is this something they watch on movie night?
That's because it's a Casey film.
Yeah.
Tom Zane. I don't know what that says.
Damn. Oh.
Oh, dang! Casey got fucking murdered!
Oh, jeez.
Oh. Oh, now it's very dark. I think we can leave? I think we can leave!
The lights are...
Shit. Careful, Saga.
We're being careful. We have our shotgun. And we've got our light. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Already got a shotgun.
That's not even in the box.
Oh, it's on the outside and we don't want it.
All that. This man is gonna jump up and grab me. Never mind. Why did the world shake? It's fine. It's fine.
This thing had changed, man.
Fucking killed that old woman.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, you became two. He's two guys, not one guy. You're not allowed to run? You need to stop stabbing at me. Oh, fuck.
Hey, blown his ammo.
That's what I thought too. No, I just made his elbow a little bloody. God, there's no
yeah,
meat
all
there.
The skin just came off.
Ah! My God. It's not good.
I did.
No, he needs that. Skin is important to have on your body.
Oh, I have it warm sometimes.
Does a great job of keeping the moisture and your organs in.
Yeah. I don't even organs be.
All of them? Well, not all of them. You can do without a single kidney.
Eat that shit. Just weighing you down.
Can function with partial lung.
Yeah.
Come on,
Get rid of one of those too.
Not the whole thing. Only
in RimWorld, you can take out a lung and it's fine.
Oh, I don't think you should do that. This is kind of interesting. That's got to be the generator, right? That's the break room and the fuse box is in. Not manuscript. Look at the case board. I am not sure what I need to do now. Never mind.
Cynthia's room's probably low.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
Last time we tried, turned the power off.
A lot of crashing going on. I'm sure it's fine.
A little crack.
Keep up, please. Don't throw stuff at me. There's bathtub before we go in there. What's all this?
The Dark
Black.
Presence uses people's memories, their fears to corrupt them.
Went down to the basement today to check the lights. I can't trust Blum to do it. It's too slow. It's getting harder and harder for me to reach them. Can't keep up much longer. Tom's lamp is gone. Lamp with the angel on it. He always loved that lamp. It disappeared from my room. Darkness is here after all these years of Tom's lamp. I know it did. The lights are going out more and more. There's no one left to stop it. Can't do it on my own. Not anymore. Nothing left for Tom now. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I need Tom's lamp back. I need Tom back.
I think Alan might have Tom's lamp.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cynthia.
Shadows are moving. There's no more light. No more lamps. Can't find my way out of the room. Someone locked the door. Did I lock it? Maybe Tom did. Probably did it to keep me safe. He is such a considerate man. Harper doesn't deserve him. Tom could do so much better. Where did Tom's lamp go? I used to have it. Guess he took it back. That's fine. It was his after all. Shadows are moving? Did I write that? Nonsense. There are no shadows. Just us. Tom and I. Forever. Found something funny while I was down there. Newspaper article about Tom. But I called him a filmmaker. Tom didn't make movies. He was a poet. Magnificent poet. Dug around and found film equipment supposedly also Tom's. What is happening? This isn't right. I know it isn't.
In the first game, Tom was just a poet.
Yeah. Now he's making moves.
Now he's filming.
I'm guessing the woman in this photograph was not Cynthia's favorite.
That's Barbara.
I feel like I'm missing some context here.
That's the wallet room.
Yeah.
A lantern. Was Cynthia using it for protection?
I mean, we just read about that saga.
Did she know
The
about
wallet
the Dark
room's where
Presence?
she were keeping the clicker. It's a room with like
Tours are
1,000
romantic, huh?
light bulbs in it. And she meticulously tracks like when one's gonna go out.
Yo.
So the attackers can't possibly get in.
And yet. Well, that's cool.
Well, to be fair, she did keep the clicker safe the whole time.
She did. She did a very good job. I'm sad that she's been taken by the darkness.
Cynthia would deal with the nasty Anderson fellow. Tor, always poking people with his hammer. He had it coming.
Sad. Alright. Got that record. Look at that record.
Anger's Remorse by Old Gods of Asgard.
Oh, lights came on.
I need to play it in the jukebox.
Never mind. They're off again. Excuse me. Pond water is still. I'm sorry. That's not even related to any of this, and I'm going to keep bringing it up because that's all I can think about when I hear anything about dark water or pond water. Who's slamming doors down here? Do you pay rent? Oh, she doesn't look great. Oh, I get it. It's like she's in the water, so the bottom half is a reflection. It's horrible. My flashlight is broken.
Yeah, it's not supposed to do that.
Makes it even harder to aim. Oh god.
Where'd it go?
Where is she?
Oh, cool. Another broken light.
Escape its gravity! Restless dreams!
Oh god, she has no face!
You blew Cynthia's face off.
It's just eyes!
Oh god.
It's her gummies! I have found them!
You extracted them.
Ah!
You mined for them.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Cynthia.
Oh. Okay. We'll just put this in there.
She was cool, and then she was bad, and then
The song will show me
best
the
thing.
way.
Look in the mirror, cobweb of my soul. My face forever, seeking to
Let's go!
Oh.
Great.
Yeah.
It did just save, but I would like to find a manual save spot. I will probably pull it there for today. We have been streaming for 3.5 hours. And if I'm not careful, I will do this all day. Which would be fine on the weekends, but we got plans later.
Yeah.
Body of missing youth discovered in flooded bunker. Girl Nora Hesberg, age 15, was who went missing on Saturday of last week, was discovered dead in the sealed underground bunker near Valhalla Nursing Home in Bright Falls. Cause of death has been determined to be drowning. Community mourns the loss of its young member. Womp womp.
The mother is quoted saying, "I love my very alive daughter."
This isn't real.
But where's the drowned lady?
Oh, geez.
Fuck this place.
I think we're in a loop.
We're in a loop, and it's getting shorter every time. But if I turn around, can I leave? Yes.
I think we saw in one of the bits where there was like a room over the room that we're in. We saw this place.
Yeah. Yeah. Was that? I think that was in like Alan's section.
Where? Could have been either. Yeah, it could have been Alan. It's happened a couple of times, but I didn't recognize the first place as anywhere that we've actually been as either character.
We are now.
Yeah, this looks like I just remember a lot of pipes, and it looked kind of like overgrown in there. Yeah. Hiding the back. We need
someone. Very nice, not having to reload for 2 shots. A good option. And we got both back. Nice. Great. Gone too soon. Save spot was a great game. Is the thing about this.
The wall just disappeared. The light did that?
Oh yeah, Saga doesn't know about that. That's been a strictly Alan sort of situation. Is there... No. Yes? That's not what I was looking for, but we'll take it.
It's kind of funny when Saga's like, be alert to a revelation.
Some FBI agent. Alan? What are you doing, buddy? Read that. Missed this. Oh, I wonder if we can go in that hallway now. Nope.
It's
hello?
Like the others. I need to reach the center.
Wiggling through the ocean view. Because I think that's where we saw the one that looked like...
Look like this.
Heights. Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been.
Cynthia.
That's cool. Hello? Cynthia?
dead end.
Are there... Trying to see if there's any difference between those. Over here. Another loop? Well.
Oh, back here again.
Okay. There has to be some like visual tell. Although I can't go right or left, it just sort of takes me.
Yeah.
In a way. Okay.
I keep ending up back here. Why?
Did we go downstairs?
Don't know.
No, we did
Wibbles
not.
around a lot when you're in the overlap.
Yeah.
I was wondering if there were a different room from where we'd started.
Want to not put your flashlight away? Saga, you have to aim it upwards.
What are you doing? Why are you flashlighting the ground, lady?
Saga. Why are you doing this so bad? What if I swap weapons? Nope, you're still gonna hold it down like a weirdo. Okay. Maybe it's just in that room that's just like, well, we don't need this.
Yeah, but still, I want to look at that. I can't see in there.
Right? Saga, I need you to hold that up all of the time, and I need us to find a save spot, please. Consider. We have too much stuff.
We have so many trauma packs.
Yeah, at this point, if nothing else, we need a save spot so I can put things in our shoebox.
Yes, 4 stacks of trauma packs. Oh, nice.
Excuse me. Okay. Then can I turn that one back off now that that one's on? No, that's blocked. Oh, well, we can open
Bolt
this.
cabinet. Yeah.
Bolt cutters!
Fucking bolt cutters. Let's go.
Beautiful! Okay.
Doing bolts.
But we also haven't been here. Is that off happening?
I think we're off to start with.
Yeah.
But then the other one's on now, so it's hard to say.
Yeah. Okay, so let's turn that back on, and can I leave if it's on? I didn't really check that before. Doesn't. Yeah, we can.
It's the easiest to tell if she's pointing a torch. Oh.
Right. Ooh.
Oh no.
Was a little overeager to get in there, huh?
Yeah. That guy's just running around in shin-high water today.
Her favorite thing? She loves wet shoes and socks.
Who doesn't? Also me. Also, I think every other human.
Anyone who is, you know, not totally insane? That's a dead end. Which is fine, I think. We got a little extra goodies. Got scared as to why all the water was moving for a second there, and then fine, just droplets. That was making a sound. Okay, so I think we have to have the light off to progress.
Alright.
Okay, well we know now. Oh. That's fine. What do we have down here now? Did anything change in here? Likely not.
Still horrible.
Yeah.
No, change that.
Oh! Wait, no.
Yeah, there were a little room there. So.
Yeah. I'm excited about an open door! So maybe this isn't the way. Maybe none of this actually changed, and it is still a dead end.
Yeah, what? That's the loop we came for.
I probably have to go back through the door. Turn that light off.
Right, but we haven't seen anything to cut the bolts on.
Yeah. Wait, no, wait, no. Oh wait, no, it's fine. Miss you?
Got nothing in anywhere. Probably.
You back on up. Bolt. Ah! Ah! Said the lady.
We do still have diamond powers. Good grief.
Giant lady. Okay.
Shot all of us together.
And then she kept going. It was very silly.
And she went, "Watch her eat your mind!" And then you shot her again. She died.
Whoa! Saga, I'm gonna need you to never put your flashlight away. Okay. I'm sorry. This is very fun to do. I can see why she was doing it.
Good set.
Yeah, that's what you do, Alan.
Alan, writer of story.
Rip Nora. Okay, this room has changed a little bit. None of the things were interactable.
Right. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but it is brighter.
Back again. Gotta go deeper.
Okay.
Have to go deep.
We have bolt cutters now. And that's exciting.
Very exciting.
I am excited.
Well, most of the things that need bolt cutting are on the surface.
We gotta get out of here. Nothing. We also have, like...
So many bolts.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna start using this a little more. Because we still have so many in our shoebox.
This is the haunted? Or the satanic ritual version of the...
One of the two, yeah. I like the overlap between the two, which I mean I guess is why it's called the overlap. But like from a mechanic and just like story point of view, it's really cool. And it looks real neat when it happens too.
Yeah, they killed it on the visual design.
Yeah.
Just
Tor!
Oh.
Where are you? Can you hear me? It's so dark.
Yeah, I know, buddy.
I'm sorry, kiddo. The hag tricked me.
Tor, I'm here! I'm coming!
Oh!
You took Tor. I'm here
Release
to take him
him.
back. I can't stay in the water. I need to get the lights on to reach him.
Saga. So damn dark down here. I'm underwater. She's trapped me at the bottom. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
No, we're gonna make you make it. You're not allowed to not make it. I have determined. I'm scared to stay in the water for too long.
Yeah, she said I can't stay in the water. I'm pretty sure bad things might happen to you if you stay in the water.
Yeah. feel bad for Cynthia.
She will.
No. No.
Not allowed.
Okay, I can't get up here. Ah! Sorry, I got scared.
Yeah, it made a splash.
I got flashbacks to like the one part of Amnesia that like really scared me, which was the water
The
bit.
invisible man in the water.
Yeah,
There must be a way to get the power back on.
it was terrifying. Please stop splashing
She's
behind
under the
me.
water.
Yeah, we know, Saga.
We got them.
Everything's wiggly all the time, and it's not necessarily indicative of her being close.
Yeah,
Nope.
I think it's just how long you spend in the water that matters.
Yeah. Get up! Get up! Get up! You fool!
You have a second, and she won't kill you if you're doing an animation. That's all.
Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go?
Hey, you can go for a minute.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's fine.
Game, I wanted to stop. I wanted to stop playing for a little bit. Now you're making me do a boss fight, and I think that's rude. Can we turn this on? And the last one. Okay.
I'm not leaving you here, Tor. Hold on.
What's up here? My inventory is full.
I think it's another trauma pack.
Yeah. All of this stuff. I'm not gonna pick this one up, but I am just gonna start getting rid of things because we still have so much.
So full of fun treasure.
Cynthia, I'm sorry that you got caught. Ah! Old woman jump scare!
Came flying at you.
My
She was
God!
shot out of a gun. Oh, do we go back to the thing in the middle now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something.
Okay. Turn that on. Get that on.
It's cold.
Where's our boy?
I can't see a goddamn thing. Tell Odin. I'm sorry I fucked everything up.
You can apologize to him yourself. I'm getting you the hell out of here.
I mean, we were here already.
Yeah. Why are you doing that? Lady, please.
I can't
Point
see.
the thing forwards.
Right? We need to be able to see, Saga!
There were stairs down, which you wouldn't have been able to, yeah.
Or up?
Not in this room. In the other one.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm scared? It's fine.
Okay.
We're fine.
Yeah, it says down here somewhere, I think. Yeah, can we go up there and then down?
Yeah. I need this fucking lighting effect to go away.
And also the lady to point a torch forward, not at the floor. What? Why is this even a move that she's doing?
I don't know.
This doesn't make sense. You would simply turn the torch off if you didn't want to point it at anything.
Oh! Ah! Excuse me? Nope, Saga, we're trying to... very slow when we're aiming. And also, there's so much shit in the way. Fuck off! You can't do this, Cynthia! I don't like how she moves, it's very scary, and I'm gonna fucking die.
Reload.
Not reload!
She has reloaded. Ah.
Don't need her to reload, I need her to fucking heal! The stupid bitch.
Yeah.
This dumb hoe who thinks she knows better than I do.
Just gets stuck in weird animations for no reason.
I despise the fact that when you equip a health item, once you've eaten one of them,
She puts them away.
she puts them
Yeah.
away. It's like, even with like the trauma pads and stuff, usually I'll need at least 2 of them. Don't put those away. I need those right now. I will swap back to whatever item I need after I'm done healing.
Yeah. And then she just... Wait, is that what we're doing? You were trying to use another one and then she just started reloading?
Yep.
Cool.
And it wasn't... It tells me that I need to hit R to reload, but apparently, if you're there with your gun, yeah,
reloads.
yeah, and that doesn't work. Don't like that. Just need them to do the things that I am telling them to do. Please and thank you.
What do extra things that I'm not telling you to do, please?
It's already a lot with all the visual effects going on that it's hard to tell what is happening at any given time. I like them, but it does make it difficult. And so adding on that Saga and Alan kind of just do whatever they want, whenever they want, just complicates things in a way that it just doesn't need to. It's already difficult enough as is. And I'm fine with working with the difficulty that is just there already. Kind of don't want to use that anymore right now.
You can apologize to him yourself.
You can't move while you're doing it.
You the hell out of here.
I am going to quick slot that in place of it. Just so I don't have to constantly fight that. I can now just hit 4.
Crossbow is good. We just need the lady to put crossbow away when it's out of ammo.
Yeah.
Without trying to reload it, please.
Where the fuck is she?
Oh, jeez. Is that what you do?
Kind of.
Kind of. Did she
Uh.
stop firing now?
Oh god. What are you doing, Saga?! shouldn't be allowed to do that while I'm shooting you. That shouldn't be allowed. Oh, we're just gonna stop and do this. Okay. Fuck! I am in a corner. I live in a corner now. I am in a corner. I am stuck in a corner. I live in this corner now. Okay, excuse me.
Go behind. Oh, never mind. Doing that again.
Ouch. That's not the weapon that I wanted. Okay.
Think she drifted out of the way.
Yep. Stop, you stupid cunt! Nope, nope, nope. Soggy, you have to move. Soggy, you have to move. Nope, leave me alone.
Okay, the way you dodge that is the same way you dodge everything else, by just mashing dodge and hoping it doesn't hurt you.
Well, the issue is they want me to use the flashlight on it, but my flashlight fucking sucks.
Yeah, it takes way too long. And then they hit you while you're doing it.
Go away, go away, go away, go away! Reload. Come here. Yeah, these are my last two shots. You done? Okay. Did a little flip, and I still have one shotgun shell left.
Hey, not even close.
Oof.
The FBI. Saga Anderson. I'm closer now.
Overall, combat is much smoother than it was in the original.
I don't know, the first one's pretty smooth.
But I had fucking issues with it when I played through.
Hey, it's a controller thing.
We can finish.
But it's still rough. It's still rough.
Alan gets caught on everything in the first one.
Mm-hmm.
But like, in terms of like shooting the enemies and stuff, really easy.
Shooting is fine, but dodging is ass.
Dodging's weird.
Alan gets stuck on everything, and he wibbles around too much in ways that are very strange.
It's the only way.
Then change the story. If this is the past, if this is you still in the dark place, then you can do that, right? You cannot write her in. She's my daughter, goddammit!
Saga, here's the thing. He wrote her in and she's alive. Saga, please, you have to catch up.
I have the clicker. I'll make him change it now. He had no right to do this to Logan. To my family.
Yeah, working this backwards later.
Thor's fine.
Oh, fucking hell.
Are you okay?
Hey, you took your sweet time to come save your grandpa, huh?
Nice attitude. A family trait?
Okay, there it goes.
You're right.
Took a second to catch up.
Sorry.
Points of the Fall, of course. I think Remedy kind of liked that band. Sorry, I was just looking at all these patches.
He's got a scratching hag
I've got some questions for you.
patch as well.
Of course you do, sweetie pie. And I got answers.
Perfect. Well, we did it. We finished that section, even though I hadn't anticipated doing that. I just wanted a save spot.
We'll remember this. There are no save points in the overlap. Even if sometimes there are, we'll just assume there won't be.
Right. Lots for me to explain.
Yes, it did just save, didn't it? Just now. Alright. Let's go ahead and we can do this whole thing next time.
Up to Manly.
Yeah. Oh, boss fights are rough. Hard, but fun, but hard.
That one worked with play.
Yeah.
It's very hard to tell where the projectiles are since they're all weird wobbly effects and
just can't see nothing.
You gotta deal with Lady doing moves.
Horrible. Well, I know who we're gonna go say hi to, even if Sylvie is playing a bad game.
Yeah.
That's okay. We still love Sylvie, is the thing. Yeah, we'll do more of this later. Snooze that ad. We don't need it, actually, is the thing. Yeah, let's go say hi to Sylvie. And we will, do more of this soon. This is a good game, and we like it. And it's fun, actually.
The grandpa.
Yeah.
We love them.
We love the Andersons, and I'm glad that they're a big part in this one as well. But yeah, we'll see y'all next time, and have a good one, friends.
Yeah, bye.